Chapter 30:13. Just as he was about to walk forward, a beautiful figure suddenly blocked his path. Kai Yang raised his head to take a look, and a cold and elegant face entered his eyes. Her figure was graceful and slender, and her white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Along with the appearance of this person, a refreshing fragrance assaulted his nostrils. This fragrance was very natural. It was obviously the fragrance of a woman, and when it entered his nose, it made him feel relaxed and happy. Junior sister Yao, long time no see. I trust you've been well. Yang Kai smiled at her. Ji Yao gently nodded, looking him up and down. Her red lips opened and closed, her words causing Kai Yang to vomit blood. Senior brother is still alive. Haha. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. I'm fine. Where have you been all this time? Ji Yao asked. I've been walking around, Yang Kai replied casually, feeling a little guilty. Speaking of which, after destroying the Seeking Passion sect, he and Ji Yao had not seen each other much. After all, he had been running around outside. Occasionally, he would return to the High Heaven Palace and hear from Hua Qingxi that Ji Yao had come to find him. She had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for a while, but unfortunately, she had not seen him and had returned. Even when he returned this time, Hua Qingxi had mentioned it. There were many misunderstandings between him and Ji Yao. When she was wandering in the Eastern Territory's ancient wildlands, she was delirious. For some reason, she had mistaken him for Bing Yun, which led to some embarrassing events. Yang Kai still remembered the breathtaking scene he saw in the Luanfeng Palace. At this moment, after seeing Ji Yao, he couldn't help but think of that blood-curdling scene. Fortunately, Ji Yao saw the real Bing Yun later and finally recovered from the shock. But in any case, Yang Kai felt a little guilty when facing her. He believed that Ji Yao remembered what had happened before, but since she had not mentioned it, Yang Kai would not stupidly mention it. Ji Yao looked at him faintly and smiled. How many flowers did you pick? How many stalks of grass did you provoke? As she spoke, she actually took a light sniff and nodded. It smells very good. Yang Kai felt even more guilty. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with an embarrassed smile, Junior sister, what are you saying? As he spoke, he secretly sniffed his own scent. How could there still be the scent of Zhu Qing after so long? Yang Kai is here? Why are you standing outside? Bing Yun's voice suddenly came from inside the house. When Yang Kai heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream. He hurriedly walked inside while replying. Ji Yao fiercely glared at him. Her glare was like a knife, piercing into his flesh, making Yang Kai feel as if he was being stabbed in the back. After entering the room and seeing Bing Yun, Yang Kai quickly bowed. Bing Yun looked at him with a smile, and then looked at Ji Yao, who followed him in. She said softly, You're not an outsider. Sit down. Yang Kai thanked her and sat down across from Bing Yun. Ji Yao half knelt on the side. Her expression was indifferent. She took out a tea set and started to brew tea without saying a word. She was very familiar with the process. She was clearly proficient in this field. When did you come back? Bing Yun looked at him warmly and asked. I came back 2 months ago, Yang Kai replied. Ji Yao's hand movements paused, and she looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of blame in Ji Yao's eyes. She thought that Yang Kai had just come back. Who knew that he had come back 2 months ago? She didn't get any news at all. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his gaze and sat upright. Senior, how have you been recently? Yang Kai had nothing to say. Bing Yun smiled slightly. Thanks to you. Everything is good. These words were not polite, but the truth. Since Yang Kai helped Ice Heart Valley out of a crisis, Ice Heart Valley's development could be said to be 1,000 miles a day. Now that they had a close relationship with High Heaven Palace, who in the Northern Territory dared to not give them face. In the past, although Ice Heart Valley was considered one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, because Bing Yun had been missing for many years, only a group of disciples managed it. Coupled with the fact that they were all women, they were always looked down upon. This so-called top sect was somewhat unworthy of its name. Otherwise, Seeking Passion sect wouldn't have attacked them. But now it was different. In the Northern Territory, in addition to Medicine Pill Valley, High Heaven Palace's prestige was like the sun at noon. Even Ice Heart Valley had benefited greatly. No one dared to provoke them when their disciples went out. Bing Yun said, I heard that the wondrous pill great emperors wanted to invite you to Medicine Pill Valley. Did you go? Yang Kai shook his head and said, Not yet. I've been busy with trivial matters recently, so I haven't had much time. Bing Yun said, The great emperor's invitation can't be taken lightly. If you have time, you must go. If you can get a few pointers from the great emperors, you will benefit greatly in your life. And, Senior is right, Yang Kai nodded gently. The two chatted for a while, and not long after, the tea was ready. Ji Yao poured a cup for each of them, and then sat there quietly. Yang Kai took a sip and praised, Good tea. Junior sister's cooking is also good. His flattery didn't have any effect as Ji Yao didn't respond. Yang Kai coughed dryly and continued to drink his tea. Bing Yun chuckled and said, Did you run into some kind of trouble? Yang Kai was startled and said with a wry smile, Senior's eyes are like torches. Bing Yun smiled and said, You're absent-minded and have a lot on your mind. If I can't even see that, then I'm really blind. Yang Kai nodded and said, I did encounter some problems. Ji Yao looked up at him and stared at him without blinking. Bing Yun said, If it's convenient, tell me. Although I may not be able to help you, I can listen. Yang Kai said seriously, Junior's cultivation seems to have encountered a bottleneck. Oh? Bing Yun looked at him in surprise. I've been in seclusion all this time. I clearly feel that I'm only a little bit away from a breakthrough, but I can't grasp that faint opportunity. And then? Bing Yun asked. And then? Yang Kai spread his hands. Bing Yun laughed involuntarily. What is this? Yang Kai was speechless and thought to himself, This is a big deal. Bing Yun smiled and said, Although I don't know how old you are, in my opinion, you should be less than 100 years old. Yang Kai nodded and said, Pretty much. He didn't remember how old he was. Bing Yun continued, For ordinary people, this age is indeed the sunset or even a handful of yellow soil. But for a cultivator like me, this age is just the beginning. You're so young, but you're already a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, you cultivated all the way from the Star Territory in the lower plains. It can be said that you have outstanding talent. Senior is too kind. Bing Yun shook his head and said, I'm not praising you, but telling the truth. Do you know how long it took me to cultivate to the First-Order Emperor Realm? Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he raised a finger and said, 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. Compared to your achievements, my aptitude is simply insignificant. Yang Kai blushed and said, How could this junior compare himself to senior? Bing Yun pointed at Ji Yao and said, Then, do you know how long it took your junior sister Yao to become an Emperor Realm Master? Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao curiously. Ji Yao raised her hand, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup for Bing Yun, saying softly, Master, have some tea? Bing Yun smiled slightly and didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he said, You have such achievements at such a young age. I think you're used to having a smooth journey. Smooth journey? Yang Kai thought about it and didn't feel that he had a smooth journey. On the contrary, he felt that his journey was bumpy. That's why when you encounter a bottleneck, you will take it very seriously. Bing Yun smiled slightly, but in my opinion, it's not a big deal. Which cultivator doesn't have a bottleneck? Which person doesn't encounter setbacks on their path? A knife gets sharper the more you grind it, and so is a cultivator. Bottlenecks and setbacks are just tools to polish your tools. Senior is right. Yang Kai nodded. Bing Yun looked at him and suddenly said, No, you're not worried about your bottleneck. Yang Kai looked at him in shock. Bing Yun smiled and said, You already know what I'm talking about. You also know that you will break through this bottleneck sooner or later. You're worried about other things. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at him strangely. Bing Yun smiled mysteriously and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, making him feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Bing Yun said, Follow your heart. After saying that, he closed his eyes and looked like he was sending him off. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. After pondering for a long time, he picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, Thank you, Senior. Bing Yun didn't say anything else. Yang Kai turned to Ji Yao and said, Junior Sister Yao, goodbye. After saying that, he strode out of the room. Ji Yao stared at his back and didn't chase after him. After he left, she asked, Master, what happened to Brother Yang? I don't know. Bing Yun slowly shook his head, but he's definitely hesitating about something. The bottleneck is just an excuse for him to avoid it. Then Brother Yang didn't encounter a bottleneck? He did have a bottleneck, but it's just that his opportunity hasn't arrived yet. The other thing isn't an issue of opportunity. Jiao looked out, curious about what Yang Kai was hesitating about. In Iceheart Valley, Yang Kai summoned the flowing cloud shuttle and disappeared in a flash of light. He didn't return to the High Heaven Palace through the space array because his destination wasn't in the Northern Territory. His destination was the Eastern Territory, Dragon Island. Zhu Qing still hadn't returned. At first, Yang Kai thought that she was delayed on the road, but it had been 2 months since he returned to the High Heaven Palace. Even if Zhu Qing was delayed on the road, she couldn't have been delayed for so long. In other words, Zhu Qing had definitely returned to Dragon Island. He had been hesitating whether to go to Dragon Island to find her, but he was also looking forward to Zhu Qing coming to the High Heaven Palace. After all, they were already husband and wife, and their relationship was inseparable. Unfortunately, there was no news from her, which made Yang Kai a little disappointed. What does she mean? Does she want to be a married couple with me? How can there be such a convenient thing in this world? Little girl, just you wait when I find you. I'll definitely spank your ass. Kai Yang secretly swore in his heart. He also recalled what Zhu Lai said to him before and sneered in his heart. He knew that Zhu Qing made this choice for him, but he wasn't convinced. He was a man. Why did he need her protection? He had been hesitating between waiting for Zhu Qing to take the initiative to come back and going to Dragon Island to find her. Now, he finally made a decision. Chapter 30:14. Fire Dragon Palace. At the back of the mountain, the scenery was beautiful, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. Li Jiao was strolling leisurely in a flower bed. Beside him was a young woman in a palace dress. Their fingers were intertwined, and they looked very intimate. The young woman gently snuggled up to Li Jiao with a satisfied smile on her face. The young woman was dressed in red, and her face was like a peach blossom. Her skin was white and tender, and there was an unconcealable charm between her eyebrows. Her beautiful eyes were watery. Dragon race were lustful. Although Li Jiao was not a pure dragon race, he still had the bloodline of the dragon race, so he had a great demand for the matters between men and women. The number of wives and concubines in the Fire Dragon Palace was also not small. Although he had many wives and concubines, Li Jiao doted on Madame Hong the most. In the past, whenever he had free time, he would do something very intimate with Madame Hong. Madame Hong also knew that her happiness in life was tied to Li Jiao, so she naturally treated him warmly and served him wholeheartedly. It could be said that among Li Jiao's many wives and concubines, no one could compete with Madame Hong. This was the case in the past, and it was even more so now. Ever since Li Jiao returned to the Fire Dragon Palace 2 months ago, Madame Hong felt that he doted on her even more. Although Li Jiao treated her well in the past, there was clearly a big change this time. For a full 2 months, Li Jiao had not been separated from her. He stayed with her every day, which showed how important she was in Li Jiao's heart. Madame Hong also keenly felt the change in Li Jiao, but she was smart enough not to ask anything. She just tried her best to show her gentleness and charm, using this to tie down Li Jiao's body and mind. Palace Master, that flower is so beautiful. Madame Hong suddenly pointed at a big red flower with a look of affection on her face. Do you like it? Li Jiao's tone was also very gentle as he looked at her with a smile. I like it. Madame Hong nodded gently, looking like a little bird. Li Jiao smiled slightly, reached out his hand, and pinched the flower in his hand, then beckoned to Madame Hong. Madame Hong glanced at him happily, then lowered her head slightly, allowing Li Jiao to insert the flower into her hair. When she raised her head, Madame Hong swayed left and right, then pursed her lips and smiled. Is it beautiful? Li Jiao reached out and pinched her delicate face, nodding repeatedly. You're beautiful. You're even more beautiful than flowers. Hearing him say that, Madame Hong's heart felt as if it was filled with honey. She felt her whole body was as light as a feather. She said unhappily, "Palace Master is used to making fun of me." She didn't know what he had experienced outside. In any case, after returning from this trip, he was even nicer and gentler to her. In the past, he would still go into seclusion to cultivate. However, in the past 2 months, she didn't see Li Jiao having any intention of cultivating at all. All he did was bring her on a scenic tour, causing the other sisters to be envious and jealous. They all said that she had snatched away all the favor of the palace master. "Hong how about I accompany you like this from now on?" Li Jiao asked gently. His eyes were filled with her reflection as he looked at her. There was nothing else in his eyes. Madame Hong's delicate body trembled. When their eyes met, the rims of her eyes turned slightly red. She said emotionally, "Hong, you can't delay the palace master like this. The palace master still has to cultivate." "What are you training for?" Li Jiao sneered. "My cultivation has already reached its limit. I won't cultivate in the future. I'll accompany you to look at the flowers and the sea every day until the end of time." These words were like a sharp sword piercing into Madame Hong's heart, causing her to be extremely moved. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore as they flowed down. "Why are you still crying?" Li Jiao raised his hand to wipe away the pearl-like tears and said with a light smile, "They all say that women are made of water. It seems that it's not false at all. Palace Master, you're too good to Hong. Hong is so happy." Madame Hong gently snuggled into Li Jiao's arms, quickly drenching his clothes. Although Li Jiao treated her quite well in the past, it wasn't to this extent. She immediately felt that she had entrusted her life to the right person and had no regrets in this life. "This is nothing. The days in the future are still long." Li Jiao smiled slightly and patted Madame Hong's back rhythmically. Madame Hong squeezed into Li Jiao's arms and said softly, "Palace Master, I miss." Hearing this, Li Jiao immediately became spirited. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Madame Hong didn't give up. She punched him and said coquettishly, "Palace Master, you're so naughty." Li Jiao laughed loudly. As he laughed and laughed, Li Jiao couldn't laugh anymore. His face darkened, and he turned his head and shouted, "Who is it?" When he looked over, he saw that there was an extra person on the rockery over there. He was squatting there quietly, watching him and Madame Hong being lovey-dovey with relish. After seeing this person's face clearly, Li Jiao was frightened out of his wits. He cried out involuntarily, "You, hey!" Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to greet him. "We haven't seen each other for 2 months, and Brother Li is still as elegant as ever." "Ah!" Madame Hong was shocked. She quickly jumped out of Li Jiao's arms and looked in the direction of the voice. Her face turned red. This person must have heard what she said just now. Thinking about her licentious behavior just now, Madame Hong wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She stomped her feet angrily and said, "Who are you? How can you be so unruly?" As soon as she finished speaking, she was pulled behind Li Jiao. Madame Hong had never seen Yang Kai before, so she didn't recognize him, but Li Jiao did. "Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao was about to cry. "When did you come? Say something." If there was someone he didn't want to see the most in his life, it would be Yang Kai. Even the dragon race had to be put aside. This person was simply a nightmare in Li Jiao's heart. He was his natural enemy. As long as he had anything to do with him, he would definitely suffer. The experience from a few days ago was the best proof. It was simply a memory that he couldn't bear to look back on. "I've been here for a while. I don't want to disturb you. Brother Li, please don't blame me." Yang Kai chuckled. "Sorry to disturb you. Then you have the nerve to watch the show." Li Jiao cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He only looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and said, "Palace Master Yang, may I know what business you have with us?" "You guys go ahead. I'm not in a hurry. We'll talk after you're done." Li Jiao's face darkened. He thought to himself, "The atmosphere has been completely ruined by you. How can we continue?" He said resentfully, "Palace Master Yang, you might as well say it directly. And let's make it clear first. There's no need to talk about collecting debts. If it's not collecting debts, then how can it be collecting debts?" Yang Kai waved his hand and stood up from the rockery. His expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "I just want to ask Brother Li for a favor." Gulp. Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. These words. Why did they sound so familiar? The last time Yang Kai came to the Fire Dragon Palace, he seemed to have said the same thing. Then, he was taken to the frozen earth by him, entered the reincarnation world, and wandered to the Western Territory. He narrowly escaped death and almost didn't make it back. This experience could be said to be rich and colorful. Li Jiao had lived for so many years and had seen great storms, but how could these countless years of experience be as exciting as the last time? And this time, he actually came again? Are you done yet? Didn't I just owe you a few source crystals? Do you really need to bully me like this? Li Jiao couldn't wait to fight Yang Kai right now. Even if he had to fight to the death, it would be better than being bullied like this. But after thinking about it for a moment, he knew that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. He couldn't break through the bloodline suppression. This Li's words carry little weight, and his cultivation is not high. I'm afraid I can't help Palace Master Yang. Li Jiao didn't even have the heart to ask and directly refused. He absolutely didn't want to have any insignificant relationship with Yang Kai. He wanted to live a good life, live a peaceful life, not ask about the outside world, not ask about his own cultivation, and slowly grow old and die with the woman he doted on. Yang Kai solemnly said, I want to go to a place, so I need Brother Li to help me. Damn it, you're ignoring me. Are my words nothing to you? Li Jiao was filled with grief and indignation as he gritted his teeth and said, Palace Master Yang. This Li said it very clearly. I'm afraid I can't help you, so I ask Palace Master Yang, I want to go to Dragon Island. That's enough. Li Jiao couldn't bear it any longer and opened his mouth to roar, glaring at Yang Kai fiercely as if he wanted to eat him alive. However, he soon turned pale with fright and cried out involuntarily, You, what did you say? Where are you going? Dragon Island. Hiss. Li Jiao sucked in a breath of cold air, looking like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After a long silence, Li Jiao cautiously said, Palace Master Yang, are you sick? Do you have medicine? Li Jiao. Taking a deep breath, Li Jiao said, Palace Master Yang, don't you know what kind of place Dragon Island is? Why would you want to go there? Yang Kai said, Zhu Qing didn't come back. When Li Jiao heard this, he was immediately amused and said, Was she abandoned? Bullshit. Yang Kai flew into a rage out of humiliation. She has her own considerations. Li Jiao obviously understood something and nodded. Miss Qing is a good person. Since she made this choice, it's naturally for your own good. Why does Palace Master Yang want to go to Dragon Island to seek trouble for yourself? Yang Kai snorted. It's not certain whose trouble it is. Li Jiao was speechless. If you want to go to Dragon Island, go by yourself. Why are you looking for me? What can I help you with? Yang Kai said, You are a descendant of the dragon. Don't you know where Dragon Island is? Li Jiao blinked and said, How would I know where Dragon Island is? Palace Master Yang's words are a bit strange. You really don't know? Yang Kai looked at him. Li Jiao shook his head. I really don't know. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, Since that's the case, I won't disturb you. And, please forgive me, madam. As he spoke, he cupped his fists at Madame Hong, tapped his foot lightly, and flew straight into the sky. He left? He left just like that? Li Jiao stared at Yang Kai's departing back in a daze. He couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that Yang Kai would pester him endlessly like last time. Who knew that he would be so easy to talk to this time? That the High Heaven Palace's palace master? Madame Hong's face was still red as she looked in the direction Yang Kai left and asked. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. It was rumored that the High Heaven Palace's palace master was a demon who killed people without batting an eye. The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by him. Chapter 30:15. Li Jiao didn't answer, as if he didn't hear her at all. His expression kept changing as he struggled. Madame Hong glanced at him and walked forward. She straightened Li Jiao's clothes and said softly, I remember that Palace Master said something to me a few years ago. What? Li Jiao asked subconsciously. Palace Master said that his greatest wish in this life was to set foot on Dragon Island and see the place where his bloodline was born. Palace Master said that if he could take a look, he would have no regrets even if he died. Hunger, you. Li Jiao turned his head and looked at her. He didn't expect that she would remember his casual words when he was drunk back then so clearly. Go. Hunger will wait for you at home. Madame Hong looked at him. Although her beautiful eyes were full of reluctance, her face was full of smiles. The struggle in Li Jiao's eyes became more and more obvious. Suddenly, he reached out and hugged Madame Hong's waist. He held her waist with one hand and her back with the other. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Oh! Madame Hong moaned and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Li Jiao kissed her very attentively and hugged her very hard. It was as if he wanted to rub Madame Hong's charming body into his body and never separate them again. After a while, their lips parted. Li Jiao turned around and said in a low voice, If I don't come back, you should remarry early. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into the sky and chased after Yang Kai. He was so aggressive that even if there were thousands of people around, he would still go. Madame Hong gazed at the direction he left with tearful eyes. She put her hands around her mouth and shouted, Hunger will wait for you to come back. If you don't come back, Hunger will go to hell to find you. Li Jiao paused for a moment. The next moment, he sped up and disappeared from Madame Hong's sight. Yang Kai set off alone. His mind was full of how to enter Dragon Island. Dragon Island was an extremely mysterious existence. Although it was famous and many rumors said that there was a dragon race on Dragon Island, no one knew where it was. They only knew that Dragon Island was located in the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory. Yang Kai naturally didn't know either. Yang Kai had come to the Fire Dragon Palace to ask Li Jiao just to try his luck. After all, Li Jiao is a dragon descendant and a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he might know something. But after asking, Yang Kai was greatly disappointed. If Li Jiao didn't know, then he could only think of other ways. Fortunately, he had another plan, so he wasn't completely unprepared. Just as he was thinking this, his heart suddenly jolted, and he turned around to look. A figure quickly chased after them. Before the person arrived, Yang Kai's divine sense had already detected the familiar aura. Yang Kai furrowed his brows, revealing a strange expression as he waited quietly in place. A moment later, Li Jiao appeared in front of Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Yang Kai sneered, Brotherly, why are you here? Are you really going to Dragon Island? Li Jiao frowned and didn't answer the question. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. For Miss Zhu? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Li Jiao smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. This Li admires Palace Master Yang's courage. Enough nonsense. Why are you chasing after me? Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Li Jiao scratched his face and said somewhat embarrassedly, This Li came here to help Palace Master Yang. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brow. Li Jiao said, I know the approximate location of Dragon Island. Yang Kai's eyes drooped. Li Jiao observed Yang Kai's expression and knew the situation wasn't good. He had flatly denied it before, and now he had walked right into Yang Kai's trap. Perhaps he had angered Yang Kai, so he hurriedly explained, I really only know the approximate location. This Li doesn't know the exact location, so I didn't dare to say it before to avoid delaying Palace Master Yang's important matter. Is that so? Yang Kai walked over with a smile. Li Jiao's face turned slightly pale. He thought to himself that he had angered this guy. He shouldn't have chased after him. Wasn't it good enough to live a peaceful life with Hong Er in the Fire Dragon Palace? Why did he come here to seek trouble? Now that he was riding a tiger, he didn't know what to do. Seeing Yang Kai walk to his side and raise his hand, Li Jiao's heart jumped to his throat. He definitely couldn't win. Even if he resisted, he would be crushed. He simply closed his eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. He believed that Yang Kai wouldn't really kill him. At most, he would just beat him up to vent his anger. Pa! Li Jiao was shocked. Li Jiao shuddered. The attack that he imagined did not appear. Instead, an arm was placed on his shoulder. When he opened his eyes and looked over, he saw Yang Kai hugging his shoulder and laughing. Ha ha ha! I knew Brotherly had his ways. Sure enough, I didn't find the wrong person. Fine, fine, fine. Let us brothers go to Dragon Island and see what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den that place is. Li Jiao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, I'm just going to take a look. Don't worry, with this young master here, I definitely won't let you suffer. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched and said, then I will have to rely on Palace Master Yang's care. He didn't believe this. Yang Kai was indeed outstanding, but once he entered Dragon Island, that damned place, he would still have to lie down. What kind of waves could he make? Leave it to me. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. While talking, Yang Kai summoned the flowing cloud shuttle. The two of them entered the shuttle one after another. The flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and left this place at an even faster speed. Inside the flowing cloud shuttle, Li Jiao hesitated for a long time before carefully saying, Palace Master Yang, you see, this Li has helped you again this time. That debt. A debt is a debt, and a favor is a favor. These are two different things. How can you mix them up? Li Jiao suddenly sighed. He didn't know if he would be able to come back alive after this trip. What was the point of worrying about other things? As long as he could come back alive, he would have profited greatly. Palace Master Yang, if this Li didn't come, how are you going to enter Dragon Island? Did Lady Zhu tell you the location of Dragon Island before she left? No. Yang Kai shook his head. While controlling the flowing cloud shuttle, he replied, I was going to make a trip to Spirit Beast Island and ask the martial beast to point me in the right direction. Dragon Island's location is mysterious, but the martial beast would definitely know. Spirit Beast Island. Li Jiao was shocked and said in horror, Palace Master Yang, you know the martial beast? I don't know him. Li Jiao was dumbfounded and said, since you don't know the martial beast, how are you going to ask him to point you in the right direction? I have my own ways. Yang Kai replied casually. He really didn't know the martial beast, but he knew the martial beast's daughter. He hadn't seen Mo Shaoqi for a long time since they parted in the Shattered Star Sea. He didn't know how this girl was doing now. Although Spirit Beast Island was difficult to find, at least it wasn't as mysterious as Dragon Island. His previous plan was to go to Spirit Beast Island first, then go to Dragon Island. These two Spirit Islands were both in the Eastern Sea. Even if there was some distance between them, they definitely weren't too far from each other. As long as Mo Shaoqi pointed him in the right direction, wouldn't it be easy to find Dragon Island? His light reply made Li Jiao break out in a cold sweat. What kind of person was this Palace Master Yang? Although he had been in contact with Yang Kai for a long time, the more he knew him, the more he found him to be terrifying. Not only was his relationship with Dragon Island unclear, he was also extremely close with the Iron Blood Great Emperor's disciple some time ago. Now, he was even related to Spirit Beast Island. Li Jiao's mind was in a mess. He found that he couldn't see through Yang Kai anymore. After muttering to himself for a moment, Li Jiao said, Palace Master Yang, I'm saying if we can really enter Dragon Island, no matter what you want to do inside, you must never, ever mention your relationship with Spirit Beast Island. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Li Jiao said, Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island are like fire and water. Yang Kai opened his mouth wide in surprise. Where did you get this gossip? He had never heard of this kind of thing. When he heard Li Jiao say this, his first reaction was disbelief. The two Spirit Islands were the top existences in the entire star boundary. If there was really a conflict, everyone would have known about it. How could he not have heard about it? Li Jiao wiped his sweat and said, This is not gossip. Palace Master Yang, you don't know about it because you are too young and have just become an Emperor Realm Master. There are too many secrets in the star boundary that you don't know. If you live a few more years, you should know more. Yang Kai frowned. Fire and water? It can't be that serious, right? Li Jiao said solemnly, more or less. Why? Yang Kai's interest was piqued. This kind of secret wasn't something an ordinary person could hear. Li Jiao could understand it probably because he had the bloodline of the dragon race. Li Jiao said, among the 10 great emperors, the martial beast is based on beast taming. There are countless mutated beasts on Spirit Beast Island, and it is said that there are 1 to 2 divine spirits. Since beast taming is based on beast taming, the martial beast naturally wants to tame the strongest monster beast in the world. Think about it. What is the strongest monster beast in the world? Yang Kai stared and said, the dragon race. Li Jiao slapped his thigh and said, That's right. The dragon race may be the leader of all creatures and the leader of divine spirits, but in the end, it is still considered a monster. The martial beast's biggest dream is to tame a dragon race, so how can it have a good relationship with Dragon Island? It can even be said that the reason why Spirit Beast Island is also in the Eastern Territory is because the martial beast wants to be close to them. Is this true? It is absolutely true. Li Jiao had a solemn expression. Although not many people know about this, there is no such thing as an absolute secret. This news is really explosive. Yang Kai was absent-minded. The martial beast wants to tame a dragon, but how could the pride of the dragon race allow it? If that was the case, then the bad relationship between the two could be explained. Li Jiao continued, especially recently, the relationship between Martial Beast Land and Dragon Island has been deteriorating rapidly. I heard that the great emperors even caused havoc on Dragon Island 20 years ago. After he finished speaking, he added, "Of course, we don't know if this news is true or not, but we can confirm that the relationship between the Martial Beast and Dragon Island is really bad." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know. If we really enter Dragon Island, I will definitely not mention the Martial Beast. That would be for the best." Li Jiao was relieved. "That's right. Why did you think of following us?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, then said with a smile, "I didn't force you this time." Li Jiao smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone has a stubbornness in their heart, Dragon Island. Is this Li's stubbornness?" These words were said with a bit of bitterness, but Yang Kai understood what he wanted to say. He patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely be able to enter. If we are lucky, we might even be able to upgrade your bloodline." Li Jiao laughed in spite of himself. "Don't count on that. This Li just wants to take a look." Chapter 30:16. Just you wait. I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Yang Kai's complexion was gloomy. Li Jiao was hiding at the side and keeping quiet out of fear. Don't know what happened. After a month since they departed from the Northern Territory, Yang Kai's temper suddenly became a lot worse. His face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. He was also cursing someone under his breath. Li Jiao was anxious and frightened. He didn't provoke him these past few days. How did he suddenly become like this? Fortunately, although Yang Kai was in a bad mood, he didn't raise his eyebrows at him. Li Jiao was very careful every day. He was afraid that he would ignite the volcano in his heart. Yang Kai's mood was naturally bad. It wasn't because of Li Jiao, but because of Luan Feng. That stinking woman destroyed the space formation he arranged in the savage, desolate land. If not for that, he could have directly entered the savage, desolate land from the High Heaven Palace, then go to the Eastern Sea. Although the distance wasn't close, this kind of journey was undoubtedly better than the current one. It was precisely because Luan Feng destroyed his space formation that he had to fly to the Eastern Territory. Even if the journey was smooth, it would still take a lot of time. This made him extremely unhappy. He secretly made up his mind to settle the score with Luan Feng when he met her. She was too infuriating. The flowing cloud shuttle's speed was very fast. Yang Kai and Li Jiao took turns to control it. They cooperated seamlessly. When there was nothing to do, Yang Kai would meditate and cultivate. Although his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, it didn't matter if he cultivated the dragon transformation secret art. He was now 4.5 meters tall after dragon transformation. Cultivating the dragon transformation secret art would allow him to fuse with the golden divine dragon's origin power to a greater extent, increasing his strength after dragon transformation. Occasionally, he would also study the spatial law. The spatial divine technique he grasped so far were all comprehended by himself. Every divine technique had unfathomable power. If he could comprehend one or two more, it would be of great help to him. This trip to the Dragon Island was admittedly a little hot-headed, but it was also the result of careful consideration. Yang Kai also knew that this trip would be full of troubles. He might have a conflict with the Dragon Island. With his current strength, entering the Dragon Island was a 90% chance of death, but Zhu Qing was on the Dragon Island. He couldn't just sit and watch. The words that Zhu Qing said in the reincarnation world was still echoing in his mind. He didn't know what would happen after she returned to the Dragon Island, but he knew that she wouldn't. The leader of all living creatures, the leader of the divine spirits, having an intimate relationship with a human, Yang Kai, didn't need to think about it to know that Dragon Island wouldn't allow such a thing. If Zhu Qing could not bear the pressure and was willing to cut ties with him, it would be fine. If she was unwilling, she would have to suffer. Would Zhu Qing be willing? This question had never crossed Yang Kai's mind, because he didn't need to think about it to know Zhu Qing's choice. Time flowed by. The days passed by peacefully. There wasn't much progress in the dragon transformation art. Yang Kai hadn't been cultivating for long after all. He was able to reach a height of 45 meters, all thanks to the help of the dragon blood pill and Zhu Qing's pure yin qi. If he wanted to make any progress in the future, he would need the accumulation of time, and it would take a very long time. They arrived at the eastern sea. Above the sea, it was vast and boundless. There were no clouds in the sky for 10,000 miles. Even with the assistance of the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai and Li Jiao still spent 2 months to reach here from the northern territory. It could be seen how far the territory of the astral boundary was. After entering the eastern sea, the flowing cloud shuttle was controlled by Li Jiao, because Yang Kai didn't have any clue about the location of the Dragon Island. On the contrary, Li Jiao knew the approximate location. He was able to understand this point because of Yang Kai's previous guess. He was a descendant of the dragon and had the bloodline of the dragon race. He had a very special feeling towards the Dragon Island. Even if he had never entered the Dragon Island, it didn't hinder his feelings from fermenting. He wanted to enter the Dragon Island, but he also knew that with his insignificant bloodline, he didn't have the qualifications to enter the Dragon Island. 500 years ago, he once searched the Eastern Sea for a long time to spy on the location of the Dragon Island. It took him 3 years to find a clue, but it was only a rough location. According to him, he unintentionally followed a guy into a sea territory. In the end, after entering the sea territory, that guy mysteriously disappeared, and the person he followed seemed to have the bloodline of the dragon race. This discovery made Li Jiao extremely excited. Later on, he searched there for a long time, but he couldn't find any other clues. In the end, he could only give up. Until this time, when Yang Kai came to look for him and brought out the wish he had suppressed in his heart. Only then did he follow Yang Kai without any hesitation. Back then, I lost that guy in this sea territory. The flowing cloud shuttle was already put away. Above the boundless sea, Li Jiao stretched out his hand and drew a circle in front of him as he said to Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a frown, "Are you sure it's here? There isn't anything to refer to here." Li Jiao said, "Although there isn't anything to refer to, I won't remember it wrongly. I have always imprinted this sea territory in my heart." Yang Kai nodded his head. Since he was so sure, then there was no mistake. This place is not small. It has a radius of several 100,000 miles. Furthermore, there isn't any clue. Why don't we just forget about it? Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai timidly. Along the way, he had been holding back his anger. He was determined to enter the Dragon Island and take a look. But when he really arrived at this place, he suddenly wanted to back out. He was a little scared. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. He was afraid that if he really found the Dragon Island, would he have the courage to go there? He asked himself honestly. There was no answer. "Brotherly, if you want to go back, then go back. I am going to look for it." While speaking, Yang Kai flew to the side. Li Jiao stood on the spot and hesitated for a moment. Then he shouted, "Then let's split up and look." After he finished speaking, he went in the opposite direction to search. His divine perception spread out like the tide, carefully exploring every inch of space. Yang Kai didn't fly very fast, because he was afraid he would miss out on some details. In his opinion, the reason why the Dragon Island was so mysterious and no one knew where it was because some shocking formation was set up to conceal its traces. Since it was a concealment formation, then there would be traces to follow. As long as he found the location of the formation, then it would definitely be the location of the Dragon Island. He didn't know much about formations, but as long as it was a formation, there would definitely be a fluctuation of spiritual energy. As long as he grasped that trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, he would definitely be able to follow the vine to the melon. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Yang Kai expanded the scope of his search bit by bit. He turned this 100,000 miles of sea territory upside down, but he still didn't find anything. During this period, He met with Li Jiao a few times, but he also didn't find anything. 10 days later, the scope of his search had already doubled. 1 month later, it doubled again. Yang Kai's expression gradually became unsightly. Could it be that he couldn't even find the location of the Dragon Island on this trip and had to go back home? That would really be a huge joke. After meeting with Li Jiao again, he frowned and asked, "Are you sure the Dragon Island is in this sea territory?" "Of course I'm sure." Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. After a while, he reacted, "Palace Master Yang, you can't be doubting me, right? Then I'm really wronged. What good would it do me to lie to you? I'm not doubting you, but after all, so many years have passed, and the scenery of the sea is the same. It's inevitable that you remembered wrongly." "Impossible," Li Jiao said agitatedly. "It's impossible for me to remember wrongly. It's definitely here." Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He nodded lightly and looked into the distance, wondering if he should go to the spiritual Beast Island. Although the martial Beast Island didn't have a good relationship with the Dragon Island, it shouldn't be a problem to ask him for directions, right? Sigh, the Dragon Island is so mysterious and hard to find. If only we had the Dragon Island medallion. Li Jiao sighed. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Li Jiao asked in astonishment. Yang Kai said, "Can the Dragon Island medallion find the location of the Dragon Island?" Li Jiao said, "It should be possible. The Dragon Island medallion is something issued by the Dragon Island. The holder of the Dragon Island medallion can make a request that the Dragon Island can fulfill. The dragon race hasn't appeared for a long time. If someone obtained the Dragon Island medallion, they would definitely go to the Dragon Island to fulfill their wish. How would they enter the Dragon Island? Naturally, they would have to rely on the Dragon Island medallion." As he spoke, he sighed dejectedly. However, there were only a few Dragon Island medallions in history. Furthermore, they were all taken back by the Dragon Island. It is harder than ascending to heaven to find the Dragon Island medallion now. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He raised his head and patted Li Jiao's shoulder with a grief-stricken expression. Li Jiao was shocked. "Palace Master Yang, what happened to you?" Yang Kai raised his head and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He clenched his teeth and said, "Why didn't you tell me such important information earlier?" Li Jiao felt an intense pain coming from his shoulder, as if his shoulder was about to be crushed. He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai as he said, "You didn't ask." He just said it casually. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a strong reaction. "The Dragon Island medallion, right?" Yang Kai let go of his shoulder and flipped his palm. "I have one." Li Jiao was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why didn't you take it out earlier?" "How would I know?" The two of them looked at each other. They were speechless and felt like they were about to cry. They had searched the vast sea for a month and didn't have any clue. They didn't expect the crucial clue to be in their hands all along. "Is this really the Dragon Island medallion?" Li Jiao asked in disbelief. He was just talking about how rare the Dragon Island medallion was. According to what he knew, there were only a few Dragon Island medallions. Furthermore, most of them were taken back. He didn't expect Yang Kai to take one out like magic. Looking at it, the Dragon Island medallion was simple and unadorned. He didn't know what material it was made of. It was neither metal nor wood. A lifelike giant dragon was carved on one side of the medallion, and the word dragon was written on the other side. Li Jiao was slightly absent-minded. This thing seemed to be the Dragon Island medallion. It wasn't much different from the records he saw in the ancient books. "Are you sure this thing is useful?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Li Jiao said with uncertainty, Probably. He couldn't be sure. After all, he didn't use this thing before. However, just like what he said, the Dragon Island was a mysterious place. The dragon race hadn't appeared for a long time. If someone with the Dragon Island medallion wanted to go to the Dragon Island, they wouldn't be guided by the dragon race. It was highly possible that they would find the Dragon Island medallion by using it. Yesterday, I changed the character drawing of Shanqing Luo. It was more in line with the image in my mind. Enchanting, charming, plump, and juicy. It seemed like I said something wrong. Chapter 30:17. Whether it works or not, we will know once we try. Yang Kai took a deep breath and channeled his emperor's core into the Dragon Island medallion. Li Jiao stared with his eyes wide open, afraid that he would miss something. The Dragon Island medallion had been with Yang Kai for many years. When he first got this medallion, he also tried to test it out. He wanted to know what was the use of this medallion. However, no matter how much he channeled his emperor's core, the Dragon Island medallion didn't react at all. This time was no exception. The emperor's core was devoured by the Dragon Island medallion, but the simple and unadorned medallion didn't react at all. Yang Kai and Li Jiao's expectant gaze quickly turned into disappointment. Why didn't it work? Li Jiao felt a little guilty. Although what he said just now was just a guess, there was some basis to it. Who would have thought that the medallion wouldn't work at all after the test? He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, thinking that he came up with a bad idea. Yang Kai sighed slightly. Just as he was about to withdraw his emperor's core, something strange happened. The dragon statue on the front of the Dragon Island medallion suddenly blinked its eyes. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Li Jiao. He saw that Li Jiao was also looking at him with his eyes wide open. When their eyes met, Yang Kai said, "Did you see it?" Li Jiao said, "You saw it too?" Both of them were shocked and focused their attention on the Dragon Island medallion again. This time, they finally saw it clearly. The dragon statue was indeed blinking. Not only that, the entire dragon statue seemed to have been given life and was about to jump out of the medallion. The lifelike dragon statue stretched its body and seemed to have a life of its own. It was swimming in the palm-sized medallion. Of course, no matter how it swam, it couldn't escape from the Dragon Island medallion's binding range. However, its movement did give people the feeling that it was swimming. Yang Kai observed carefully. Then, as if he thought of something, he held the Dragon Island medallion horizontally and slowly turned it. The dragon statue didn't move. No matter how Yang Kai turned the Dragon Island medallion, it was still facing a certain direction. The dragon claws moved as if it was riding the clouds in the sky. The dragon head is facing the direction of the Dragon Island. Li Jiao shouted, "Let's go." Yang Kai was overjoyed. He ran in the direction of the dragon head. Li Jiao also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, hurriedly following behind. Flying forward, Yang Kai no longer needed to pay attention to his surroundings. All he needed to do was follow the direction the dragon head was pointing. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the dragon shape on the token suddenly changed direction. The dragon head was replaced by the tail, and the tail was replaced by the head. When Yang Kai stopped, Li Jiao also stopped beside him and asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai didn't answer, instead slowly retreating backwards. The dragon's head had disappeared, leaving only its tail facing Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, looked around carefully, then pointed to the sea. "Dragon Island is down there." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai said, "If this medallion really has a guiding function, then I'm not wrong." He had been holding the Dragon Island medallion in his hand. At this moment, the Dragon Island medallion was perpendicular to the surface of the sea. How can this be? How can the Dragon Island be under the sea? Li Jiao couldn't accept it. Since the Dragon Island was an island, it should be on the sea. No matter what, it couldn't be under the sea. However, he couldn't explain the Dragon Island medallion's guidance. Yang Kai said, "If that's the case, then it's not strange that the Dragon Island is so mysterious." Everyone thought that the Dragon Island was above the sea. No one thought that the Dragon Island was under the sea. This unknowingly increased the Dragon Island's concealment. "Let's go and take a look," Yang Kai said and dived down. With a bang, seawater splashed everywhere. Yang Kai had already disappeared. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, a protective barrier formed around his body, squeezing the surrounding seawater away. At the beginning, there was still plenty of light, but as Yang Kai dived deeper, the light under the sea became darker and darker. There were also huge sea beasts shuttling past. Those gigantic shadows gave people a strong sense of oppression and palpitations. Sea beasts had always been huge, and their strength was astonishing. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Li Jiao weren't weak. When they circulated their emperor pressure, the nearby sea beasts didn't dare to approach, so they were unimpeded. After an unknown amount of time, The bottom of the sea had already become pitch black. The pressure around them had also become extremely terrifying. Even a Dao Source Realm cultivator would be crushed by such immense pressure. Only an Emperor Realm Master could barely continue to dive deeper. Their Emperor Qi was quickly draining away like a flood. Li Jiao's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, but when he saw that Yang Kai didn't stop, he could only grit his teeth and follow. In front of them, a powerful aura quickly approached. It was a sea beast that was pouncing towards them. Although the two's Emperor pressure could scare away most sea beasts, there were still some overlords who weren't afraid of anything. When the black shadow passed by, the two of them were swallowed before they could even react. A foul stench enveloped the two of them. Yang Kai's face darkened. He raised his hand and sent out several moon blades. Puff, puff, puff sounds rang out as Yang Kai rushed past the moon blades and pierced through the sea beast's abdomen. When they looked back, they saw that the huge black shadow was constantly churning. The pitch-black seawater seemed to be dyed red, and Li Jiao successfully broke through from the wound. Sea beasts had strong vitality and wouldn't die even if they were injured like this. However, after suffering a loss, they immediately understood that they had provoked an enemy they shouldn't have and fled in a sorry state. Follow. Yang Kai sent a message to Li Jiao. Li Jiao nodded and sped up to follow behind him. Another quarter of an hour passed, and there was still no sight of the bottom of the sea. However, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. He didn't know how many kilometers they were under the sea. There was no light or sound in the surroundings. It was extremely quiet, as if the world had never been born and was in chaos. What's wrong? Li Jiao stood beside Yang Kai. The Emperor Qi barrier around his body was slightly distorted by the pressure of the seawater, and he asked in confusion. Yang Kai said, "We didn't find the wrong place." Li Jiao was overjoyed when he heard this. That's good, that's good. However, is Dragon Island really under the sea? Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's not under the sea." Li Jiao was a little confused. What do you mean? The two of them had run into the sea, and Yang Kai didn't say that they were looking in the wrong direction, so where else could Dragon Island be? The entrance to Dragon Island is up ahead. Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Li Jiao hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate, but he didn't find anything. A void corridor. Yang Kai exhaled softly. There is a void corridor here, but it's very well hidden. Take a closer look. With Yang Kai's reminder, Li Jiao finally noticed that something was wrong. There were indeed traces of a void corridor somewhere. Although he had never cultivated the Tao of Space before, he was still a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he still had some experience and eyesight. So he asked in surprise, Dragon Island is hidden on the other side of the void corridor? That's right. Yang Kai gently nodded. If that was the case, then everything made sense. He didn't understand why the Dragon Island command medallion pointed to the sea before, but after discovering the entrance to this void corridor, he finally understood. Putting aside the specific location of Dragon Island for the time being, this entrance was obviously the entrance to Dragon Island, and the Dragon Island command medallion was pointing to the entrance. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk Li Jiao swallowed his saliva and said, "We can enter Dragon Island through here?" His lifelong pursuit was right in front of him, so Li Jiao couldn't help but feel nervous. He had imagined what Dragon Island would look like countless times, and how he would feel after setting foot on Dragon Island. Now that this goal was suddenly within reach, he was a little worried about his gains and losses. "Brotherly, if you want to go back, you can go now. I can handle the rest by myself," Yang Kai transmitted. Hearing this, Li Jiao really had the urge to leave this place and return to the Northern Territory, but this impulse only lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace. "I want to go in," Li Jiao said in a deep voice. "Then, are you ready?" Yang Kai turned to look at him and asked with a smile. Li Jiao's expression turned solemn as he took a few deep breaths to calm the tumbling emotions in his heart. He nodded heavily and said, "In. Let's go." Yang Kai shouted in a low voice as his space force wrapped around Li Jiao and they rushed into the void corridor. The surrounding space suddenly changed as a tearing force came from all directions. The space barrier was broken, and the two of them seemed to be able to enter a new world in the next moment. But at this moment, a resounding dragon roar suddenly came from the void in front of them. Immediately after, several huge dragon shadows rushed in from the front. They were overbearing and filled with murderous intent. When the dragon roar sounded, Li Jiao was startled. All the hair on his body stood on end as he felt the aura of death wrap around him. Yang Kai's expression also changed as he felt the terrifying killing power contained in those dragon shadows. Without even thinking, he shouted in a low voice, "Dragon transformation!" Another resounding dragon roar sounded as a golden dragon shadow flashed behind Yang Kai and disappeared into his body. Dragon race bloodline was stimulated, and with a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded to a height of 4.5 zhang. A short horn protruded from his forehead, his hands turned into dragon claws, and his whole body was covered in dragon scales. Just as Yang Kai transformed into a half-dragon, the dragon shadows in front of him slammed into him. A vast and irresistible force came from the front, causing Yang Kai to stagger back several dozen meters. Feeling a sweet taste in his throat, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. As the dragon shadows rushed forward, they immediately turned around and looked down from high above. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Fortunately, he had dragon transformation to protect him, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Looking at the dragon shadows with rapt attention, Yang Kai frowned slightly, because he found that these dragon shadows were not real, nor were they soul avatars, but more like a secret technique. Dragon Race Secret Technique. Chapter 30:18. Dragon Race secret techniques were extremely powerful, but only those with the bloodline of the dragon race could use them. These phantoms were clearly secret techniques left behind by the masters of the dragon race. It was impossible for such a secret technique to appear in the void corridor for no reason, and Yang Kai did not believe that the dragon race's defenses would be so tight. After all, the other end of the void corridor was Dragon Island, so who would risk their lives to sneak in? Looking at the dragon race secret techniques left behind here, Yang Kai could tell that they were all life-threatening existences. If he had not used his dragon transformation, it would be impossible for him to still be standing here. This is a fucking trap. It was definitely a trap targeted at someone. This kind of trap was enough to instantly kill an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Is this trap targeting me? A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he could not confirm it. Just as he was lost in thought, cryptic dragon language suddenly sounded from the direction of the dragon phantoms. The dragon language was the foundation of the dragon race secret techniques. At first glance, it sounded similar to the incantations of the ancient wizard spells, but it was even more difficult to pronounce and difficult to understand. As the dragon language continued, the several dragon phantoms suddenly collapsed, but the voice did not stop. Li Jiao trembled, instinctively feeling fear and regret in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have just turned around and returned home. The scattered dragon phantoms regrouped and suddenly turned into a giant ancient character, covering Yang Kai and Li Jiao like a giant net. The two of them quickly retreated, but were shocked to discover that no matter how they retreated, they could not avoid the ancient character. The ancient character was extremely mysterious and looked like a square superimposed on top of each other. In the blink of an eye, the ancient characters enveloped the two of them, and a strange principal strength began to fluctuate. Li Jiao's face paled and his heart sank. Yang Kai, on the other hand, let out a soft cry of surprise. In the next instant, their vision blurred and the two of them appeared in a world of nothingness. There was no light or sound here, and it was even more disturbing than the seabed from before. Yang Kai swept out with his divine sense and found that Li Jiao was not far from him, so he reached out and grabbed him. Palace Master Yang, what is this place? Li Jiao gulped and asked. Void Crevice. Yang Kai replied. He withdrew the dragonization art and returned to his original form. The dragon shadow from before had already disappeared. When the ancient text appeared, it actually threw the two of them into the void crack. Ah! Li Jiao turned pale with fright. He was no stranger to the void crevice. It was an extremely dangerous place for an expert like him. If he was not careful, he would lose his way and never be able to find his way out. Young Kai took out new clothes from his space ring and put them on while carefully looking around. He had entered and exited the void crevice countless times. But this place gave him a very strange feeling, as if there were mysteries hidden everywhere. Young Kai tried to stimulate the law of space. Fortunately, there were no restrictions. He felt that if he used his full strength, he should be able to break through this void crack and return to the outside world. However, he did not know where exactly he would appear. So he was not in a hurry to make a move because he needed to enter Dragon Island. This void crevice would not appear for no reason. Combined with the previous encounter, Young Kai faintly felt that this place should be inside the void corridor. In other words, as long as he could find the exit of this void crevice, he would be able to enter Dragon Island smoothly. And that Dragon Race secret technique was the reason for the creation of this void crevice. This was really a trap? Young Kai faintly felt that this was targeted at him, but it did not seem to be so. Anyone who passed through the void corridor would trigger this trap and be banished to this place. He might have just happened to be here. After all, Dragon Island was already so hidden. It was impossible for the security to be so tight. They even did not hesitate to leave the Dragon Race secret technique in the void corridor to target intruders. If that was really the case, then it was even more impossible to tear space at will. Because if he did, he would not be able to determine his foothold and guarantee that he would be able to enter Dragon Island. Thinking so, Young Kai already had a plan in his heart and sent a message to Li Jiao, "Follow me closely. There are undercurrents in the void. If you get caught up in one of these undercurrents, you'll be instantly teleported somewhere else and I won't be able to find you. There are also void cracks everywhere. Once you get caught up in them, even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured." Void crevice and void crevice were different. The two of them were currently in a void crevice, while the void crevice was much smaller. Some were even undetectable. The void crevice was like a sharp blade lying across the void crevice. Once it was touched, if one was lucky, their skin would be torn, but if one was unlucky, they might be cut in half. Li Jiao clearly understood his situation. In this damned place, only Young Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, could guarantee his safety. He nodded heavily and said, "Understood." Young Kai immediately led the way in front. The Tao of space fluctuated as he probed the situation around him. He carefully avoided the various void crevices and void crevices. Li Jiao followed closely behind. He was always one step behind Young Kai. His mind was tense to the extreme. Young Kai's direction was somewhat erratic, sometimes left, sometimes right. Although there was no reference here, and Li Jiao could not distinguish between north, south, east, and west, Young Kai's change of direction was still very obvious. Sometimes, as they walked, Young Kai would even suddenly turn around and walk in the opposite direction. Li Jiao did not say a word, not daring to disturb him. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Young Kai suddenly stopped, an expression of disbelief on his face. "Palace Master Yang, did you find the exit?" Li Jiao asked cautiously. "No." Young Kai shook his head. Then, Li Jiao looked at him inquiringly. "I'm lost," Young Kai replied. "Huh." Li Jiao was taken aback. "Am lost?" He almost thought that he had misheard. The surrounding space was a chaotic void. There was no path at all, so how could he be lost? However, since Young Kai said so, he must have his reasons. In this kind of place, he was the authority. "We've been here before." Young Kai let out a light breath. Li Jiao scratched his head and released his divine sense to observe his surroundings. He thought that this damned place was the same everywhere. In his opinion, there was no difference at all, so Young Kai actually recognized it. This was simply unbelievable. "This is a labyrinth." Young Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that there was actually an extremely mysterious labyrinth in this void crevice. The entire labyrinth was incomparably huge, with those void undercurrents as the path and the void crevices as the screen. Such a large area was cut into a labyrinth that no one could find the way out. What made Young Kai even more shocked was that this labyrinth was not unchanging. Instead, it was constantly changing. The surging undercurrents, the flowing crevices, any little change could affect the entire labyrinth. Who arranged this? Who had such great ability? Was it Dragon Island? If it was Dragon Island, why would they arrange such a labyrinth here? Who were they trying to trap? Suddenly, a sentence that Li Jiao said before appeared in Yang Kai's mind. 20 years ago, the martial beast had once caused havoc on Dragon Island. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This labyrinth was probably aimed at the martial beast. Only such a huge layout could trap a great emperor's. And only great emperors had the qualifications to make Dragon Island arrange such a labyrinth. As for himself, he had merely suffered an undeserved calamity. Thinking up to here, Yang Kai suddenly became excited again. It seemed like his previous guess was correct. As long as he could decipher this labyrinth, he should be able to enter Dragon Island. Because this void labyrinth existed with the tunnel as its foundation. The exit of the labyrinth should be the same as the exit of the tunnel. Yang Kai started moving again. He carefully paid attention to the changes in his surroundings. A blueprint gradually formed in his mind, a blueprint of the entire labyrinth. He believed that as long as he could complete this blueprint, he should be able to find the way out of the labyrinth. Li Jiao did not know what Yang Kai was thinking of. He only knew that his speed suddenly increased by a lot. He could only clench his teeth and keep up. Time passed by slowly. Although there was no sun, moon, or stars in this place, and there was no way to tell how much time had passed, Li Jiao felt that at least a month had passed. After a month of time, Yang Kai had been walking around aimlessly. He would stop to observe his surroundings from time to time. His mouth would mutter a few words, and then he would set off again. Although there was no battle during this month, Li Jiao had narrowly escaped death several times. The void undercurrent appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Once, he was sucked into an undercurrent and was almost teleported to another place. Fortunately, Yang Kai reacted quickly and pulled him back. Otherwise, he might have been trapped here for the rest of his life. He did not have the confidence to walk out of here. During this month, Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified. He found that he had still underestimated this void labyrinth. The blueprint in his mind was overturned again and again, but there was not much progress. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it would not be difficult for him to leave here. As long as he could tear open space here, he could return to the star boundary. But if he did that, it would mean that he had given up on entering Dragon Island. This was not his plan. On this day, Yang Kai and Li Jiao were still walking through the void labyrinth, looking for an exit. Li Jiao's heart was already dead. He felt that he could never hope to set foot on Dragon Island in this lifetime. He could only follow behind Yang Kai mechanically, stepping on the places he had stepped on. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure paused and his Emperor Qi surged. Li Jiao was startled and also urged his Emperor Qi without hesitation. He thought that the void undercurrent was surging over again, but Yang Kai did not move as quickly as before. Instead, he stood there and stared ahead in a daze. Li Jiao frowned and stared in the direction he was looking, his mouth agape. He saw that not far away in the void, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Mysterious principles were surging around his body, preventing the surrounding undercurrents from getting close to him. There was someone? There was actually someone in this damned place? Li Jiao could not believe his eyes. But soon, he discovered something strange. That person was not really a living person. Instead, it was more like an afterimage, because his entire body was emitting a faint light, and he did not have a body of flesh and blood. Chapter 30:19. A labyrinth existing in a void crack was already inconceivable. At this moment, there was actually a humanoid shadow inside the labyrinth, which was even more inconceivable. Who was this person? Or rather, who was the one who left this shadow behind? Yang Kai and Li Jiao both stared with wide eyes, but to their disappointment, no matter how hard they looked, they were unable to see the true face of this shadow. Because this shadow seemed to have existed for many years, and although it was extremely powerful, it had been affected by this void crack for so many years, causing it to become somewhat unstable. The shadow was erratic, sometimes elongated, sometimes short, and sometimes round, as if it could collapse at any moment. However, for some reason, Yang Kai felt that this shadow was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Brotherly, have you seen this person before?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Li Jiao shook his head and said, "I can't see it, but this person is definitely not weak. Although the shadow was unstable, the aura it occasionally emitted was extremely powerful, so it was obviously not an ordinary person from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai nodded, and the faces of the masters he had seen flashed through his mind, trying to confirm it with the shadow in front of him. But at this moment, the shadow suddenly expanded and shrank, turning into a fist-sized white ball of light that slowly floated in a certain direction. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about it, pulling Li Jiao and saying, "Follow it." Li Jiao was startled. "Follow him?" Yang Kai responded, feeling that the appearance of this shadow might be a turning point. He had been searching here for an entire month, but had been unable to leave this void labyrinth, so at this moment, he could only try his best and see what this ball of light was up to. Without any hesitation, he followed closely behind the ball of light. The ball of light's path was even more erratic than Yang Kai's previous one, and it was even more difficult to grasp. It seemed to be aimless, but if one observed carefully, there were traces to follow. Yang Kai secretly cheered up, feeling that his guess was correct. Now, he just wanted to know who had left this shadow behind. So he had been observing the situation of the ball of light, but he hadn't made much of a discovery. The ball of light was produced by a shadow secret technique, and after being affected by the void for so many years, it had long since become unrecognizable, so it was extremely difficult for Yang Kai to trace it back to its source. After walking for several days, Li Jiao was already in despair. Yang Kai's heart was also pounding, and there were many times when he thought of giving up, but thinking that it would be a pity, so he could only clench his teeth. Li Jiao. At some point, the ball of light suddenly sped up and rushed in a certain direction. Seeing this, Yang Kai. When it reached a certain place in the void, the ball of light suddenly exploded without warning, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Li Jiao was stunned. After walking behind this ball of light for several days, he never thought that it would end up like this, and he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. Wasn't this a waste of time? With this, he suddenly lost confidence in Yang Kai, feeling that the two of them were destined to be trapped here for the rest of their lives, and he was afraid that they would never be able to leave this maze. When he turned to look at Yang Kai, he saw that Yang Kai was actually beaming with joy, as if he had discovered something incredible. "Palace Master Yang?" Li Jiao shouted. Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, "Found it." "Found it?" Li Jiao frowned and subconsciously asked, "What did you find?" "What do you think?" Li Jiao was startled, then became excited. "You mean, you found the exit?" And Yang Kai nodded heavily, thought for a moment, and said, "I will open the exit in a moment, and you will enter with me immediately. If you delay, Dragon Island might discover something." "Okay." Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. They found it? After walking behind that ball of light for a few days, they actually found the exit? What the hell was that ball of light? Why did it lead them to the exit? However, this wasn't important anymore. The important thing was that they were about to set foot on Dragon Island, and they were about to fulfill their lifelong wish. Li Jiao was excited, nervous, expectant, and uneasy. Just as his mind was in turmoil, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and the laws of space fluctuated wildly. He stretched out his hands and inserted them into the void in front of him, then fiercely tore. A strange scene appeared, as if something was torn apart, and a huge crack appeared in the void in front of them. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Li Jiao plunged into the crack, and Yang Kai followed closely behind. The two of them instantly disappeared into the endless void. Eastern Territory, Eastern Sea, on an island that was enshrouded in spiritual energy and beautiful, like a fairyland. A man in white clothes stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Beside him, a beautiful woman in a black palace dress stood there with her arms crossed. Her arms squeezed her huge breasts until they were somewhat deformed. The palace dress was below her thighs, and half of her body was exposed to the air. Her skin was white and tender, like white jade, exuding an alluring luster. If all the men in the world were to see such a scene, they would definitely be captivated by it. The man was handsome, and the woman was plump and graceful. Just by standing there, they were an eye-catching scene. The two of them cast their gazes into the distance. On the crater of a surging volcano, A small figure sat cross-legged. The scorching heat waves didn't hurt her in the slightest. Instead, they constantly surged toward her childlike body and were all absorbed by her. Feng, did this girl really fuse with the phoenix true fire? The man in white clothes suddenly asked. The beautiful woman in the palace dress who was replaced by Feng said, yes, and the fusion is perfect. The man in white clothes said, isn't she an artifact spirit? Although she is also a fire attribute artifact spirit, which doesn't conflict with the phoenix true fire, her body isn't made of flesh and blood. How can she fuse with the phoenix true fire? The beautiful woman in the palace dress said, don't underestimate her body. Although it isn't made of flesh and blood, its plasticity is extremely strong. That is the body of a spirit puppet. You won't be able to find a second one in the world. You think very highly of her? The man in white clothes turned his head and looked to the side. The beautiful woman in the palace dress smiled slightly. Her future achievements will definitely not be below mine. The man in white clothes nodded and said, in any case, I have to congratulate your Feng clan for having another clansman. The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled, looking very charming. At this moment, the man in white clothes suddenly frowned, revealing a surprised expression. What's wrong? The beautiful woman looked at him in astonishment. At their level of cultivation, it was very rare for them to be surprised by anything, but the expression on the white-robed man's face clearly indicated that something unexpected had happened. You might not believe it if I tell you. The man in white clothes turned his head and looked at her, then said with a face full of disbelief, someone is trespassing on the Dragon Island? The beautiful woman was startled for a moment, then she immediately chuckled. Which guy is so reckless? He is really unlucky. She didn't ask how the man in white clothes knew about this matter, because she knew that the other party went to spy on the situation on the Dragon Island a few years ago and left a trace of his primordial spirit in that void maze. That maze was not easy to crack. Even the man in white clothes couldn't find a way out back then. In the end, he could only use a secret technique to leave behind a trace of his primordial spirit, mainly because he wanted to rely on the power of his primordial spirit to slowly crack the maze. More than 10 years had passed. Presumably, he already had a clue. Now that the man in white clothes knew about this information, it was obviously the feedback of that trace of primordial spirit. In other words, that primordial spirit left in the maze had already disappeared. If it is really that guy, you know him too. The man in white clothes said with a strange expression. He also couldn't be sure whether the person who trespassed on the Dragon Island was the one he thought. After all, the feedback of that trace of primordial spirit was not very complete. He was only 60% to 70% sure. I know him too? The beautiful woman in palace dress was stunned for a moment. Who? It is related to the eldest miss. The beautiful woman in palace dress frowned. It is related to her. The man in white clothes pointed at the small figure at the crater of the volcano. It's him? The beautiful woman in palace dress was dumbstruck. The man in white clothes' hint was so obvious. If she still couldn't guess who it was, then she would be an idiot. But she never thought that the one who trespassed on the Dragon Island was actually that guy. How could it be him? The beautiful woman didn't dare to believe it. What is wrong with him? He actually dared to trespass on the Dragon Island. The man in white clothes shrugged his shoulders, showing an expression of, I don't know either. You brought him in? The beautiful woman asked. The man said, it was not me. It was that trace of my primordial spirit that did it. The beautiful woman said, nonsense. What kind of place is the Dragon Island? With that little bit of strength of his, how can he get away with it? I'm afraid he will be beaten to a pulp very soon. The man said, that trace of my primordial spirit was left behind more than 10 years ago. At that time, I didn't know him. The trace of my primordial spirit naturally wouldn't know him either. I only brought him in to stir up the Dragon Island and see if I can create an opportunity for the master to take advantage of. It would naturally be good if he can cause some trouble, but it doesn't matter if he can't. If something happens to him, Shao-Chi will definitely not let you off. It's not like you don't know how important he is to Shao-Chi. These few years, she has been clamoring to go to the Southern Territory to look for him. If it wasn't because the master grounded her, I'm afraid she would have run away long ago. The man sweated for a moment, Don't tell her. The beautiful woman said, "There is no such thing as an airtight wall in the world." The man said, "Then what should we do now? He has already gone in. I'm afraid he would already be dead if he had to die." The beautiful woman pondered for a moment and said, "But this is indeed an opportunity. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate the Dragon Island, it might not be a bad thing. I will report to the master and see how he decides." And the man nodded. The beautiful woman's figure swayed. She turned into a streak of flame and flew towards the distance as fast as lightning. "Were you guys talking about the master just now?" A childish voice suddenly sounded. The corner of the white-clothed man's mouth twitched. He lowered his head to take a look, only to see a 7 to 8 years old little girl standing in front of him since who knows when. The other party was staring at him with a pair of sparkling big eyes without blinking. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade. One look and one could tell that she would definitely be a great beauty who could bring disaster to the country when she grows up. But the white-clothed man knew this was not a little girl at all. He raised his head to look at the sky. He said with a face full of vicissitudes of life, "The wind today is really noisy." Chapter 30:20. The sky was blue, and the earth was vast. In the void, two figures stood there stupidly, not reacting for a long time. These two were naturally Yang Kai and Li Jiao, who had experienced many twists and turns along the way. After the light ball found the exit, Yang Kai tore space and arrived here, but what he saw was completely different from what he imagined. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Palace Master Yang, this is Dragon Island?" Li Jiao turned to look at Yang Kai with a look of astonishment. "I don't know." Yang Kai was also at a loss. He thought that after coming out of the void maze, he would definitely arrive at Dragon Island. But at this moment, he wasn't sure whether this was Dragon Island or not, because this wasn't an island at all. This was a small world. Feeling around slightly, Yang Kai found that the world principles here were extremely complete, even better than his own sealed world bead. Looking up, there was even a scorching sun in the sky. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably think that this was somewhere in the star boundary. But Yang Kai knew that this wasn't the star boundary. He had entered and exited many small worlds, and he had a small sealed world himself, so he was extremely sensitive to this kind of existence. This was a small world, a very complete small world, and the world energy here was extremely good. It wasn't that the world energy here was rich. The star boundary was vast, and there were countless cultivation holy lands. Which large sect wasn't located in a place where world energy gathered? Although the world energy in this small world was rich, it wasn't much better than the cultivation holy lands in the star boundary. The key was its purity. The world energy here seemed to be extremely pure, several times purer than any of the cultivation holy lands Yang Kai had come into contact with. Such a cultivation environment was undoubtedly extremely good. Pure world energy meant that one's cultivation speed would be faster. Which cultivator didn't desire this? We didn't come to the wrong place, right? Li Jiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why do you say that?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. "How does this look like an island?" Li Jiao was a little disappointed. In his imagination, Dragon Island should be detached from the world, isolated on the sea, with giant dragons churning and breathing out clouds. This place was very good, but it was very different from what he imagined. "Who said that the Dragon Island must be an island?" Yang Kai asked. Li Jiao was startled. Thinking about it, Dragon Island, it was passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. Everyone thought that Dragon Island was an island, but no one had really entered Dragon Island. "I feel that this is most likely Dragon Island." Yang Kai took a deep breath. That pure spiritual energy made his body and mind comfortable. He felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. With a grin on his face, he said, "It's not possible. This is definitely the Dragon Island." In this world, apart from the legendary Dragon Island, where else could be better than here? Yang Kai had seen all the cultivation holy lands, but none of them could compare to this place. Li Jiao nodded lightly and didn't argue with Yang Kai about this. He said, "Then what should we do now?" Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment. "Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Let's check out the environment first." "All right." Li Jiao nodded his head. The two of them immediately flew towards a direction. In order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, the two of them tried their best to restrain their aura. Furthermore, they didn't fly too high, and their speed wasn't fast either. This small world seemed to be very big. It was only bigger than the reincarnation world that they visited a few days ago. The two of them flew over spiritual mountains and great rivers, but they didn't even come across a single dragon race. Although the number of dragon race was very small, according to what Yang Kai knew, there should be some dragon race on Dragon Island. It didn't make sense that there were no traces of them at all. Yang Kai couldn't help but doubt if his guess was wrong. Could it be that this place really wasn't Dragon Island? He and Li Jiao didn't come to an inexplicable small world. If that was the case, then their situation would be very awkward. They did come across some monster beasts. Some were strong, some were weak. There were even some powerful monster beasts that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. Their aura was very frightening, and they were running rampant in the mountain forest. The appearance of these monster beasts that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race increased Yang Kai's confidence by a lot. However, there was still no sign of the dragon race. 2 days later, a huge city suddenly appeared in the sight of the two of them. The city was built on top of a huge plain. It occupied almost a third of this plain. Looking from afar, the buildings in the city were densely packed, and the streets of various sizes were crisscrossed. This kind of huge city could accommodate at least 1 million people. Yang Kai and Li Jiao were instantly dumbfounded. An ominous feeling welled up in their heart. Brotherly, is there a city on Dragon Island? Li Jiao smiled bitterly and said, although I have never heard of a city on Dragon Island, the population of the dragon race is so small. What's the point of making such a big city? Yang Kai thought the same. There was no need to make such a big city for the dragon race. Is this really not Dragon Island? Thinking until here, his face turned black. 2 days ago, he still vowed to Li Jiao that this was definitely Dragon Island. Who would have thought that he would be slapped in the face 2 days later? However, if this was not Dragon Island, then where was this place? After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai said, let's go and take a look. No matter what kind of place this was, since they were already here, they had to take a look. The two of them didn't rashly barge into that city. After all, no one knew what kind of place this was, and what kind of people lived in the city. Therefore, the two of them landed about 30 miles away from the city, and found a concealed location to hide, preparing to secretly observe for a while. After taking a closer look, there were indeed many figures moving about in the city. Even if there weren't 1 million of them, there were still several 100,000 of them. This discovery made Yang Kai and Li Jiao even more disappointed. This really wasn't Dragon Island. Otherwise, how could there be so many people? Someone's coming. Yang Kai suddenly shouted and looked in a certain direction. When Li Jiao heard this, he hurriedly looked in that direction and saw several figures rushing over, quickly flying over their heads. It seemed that they were going to enter the city. After they passed by, Li Jiao said, a few Dao Source Realm humans. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Those people were indeed humans, and their cultivations weren't high or low. Such existences could be found everywhere outside, so it wasn't anything new. Not long after these people left, another wave of people flew into the city. However, this time, Yang Kai and Li Jiao discovered a strange phenomenon. In this second wave of people, the leader actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. It was a man with a cultivation around the First Order Emperor realm. There were a few traces of dragon scales on his face, but other than that, he didn't have any other characteristics of the dragon race. However, this discovery surprised Yang Kai and Li Jiao. This man's situation was very similar to Li Jiao's. He should also be a dragon descendant, but his bloodline wasn't pure. He was even inferior to Li Jiao. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling that this place was a bit unusual. For the next half a day, the two didn't move. From time to time, there would be figures flying over the sky, heading straight for the city. And the more they observed, the more shocked the two became. It couldn't be helped. The number of dragon descendants here was a bit frightening. During this half a day, at least 100 people had flown over, and among these 100 people, 10 of them were dragon descendants. This was a 1/10 ratio, which was impossible to find anywhere else. In the star boundary, although there were dragon descendants, there weren't many of them. But in this damned place, 10 out of 100 people were dragon descendants. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. These dragon descendants also had high and low cultivations. The lowest was at the origin king realm, while the highest was at the emperor realm. Moreover, the characteristics of the dragon clan varied. Some had short dragon horns on their foreheads, some had dragon tails, some had nondescript dragon claws, and most of them had a few dragon scales on their bodies. Of course, the characteristics of the dragon clan on their bodies were completely incomparable to those of the real dragon clan. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Rather than calling those dragon scales, it would be better to call them snake scales. In addition to the human race and dragon race, there were also monster race mixed in. Palace Master Yang, what's going on? Why are there so many dragon descendants here? Li Jiao was a little uneasy. Do I look like I know the answer? Yang Kai glanced at him. Li Jiao laughed awkwardly. He was just asking casually, mainly because what he had seen in this half a day was too unbelievable. It's easy to figure it out. Just go in and take a look. Yang Kai pointed in the direction of the city. Li Jiao was silent for a while before nodding. After observing for half a day, they found that the city's defenses were not tight. It could be said that there was no defense at all. All the human race, monster race, and dragon race who entered the city directly rushed in. No one questioned them at all, and no one collected anything like an entrance fee. So, if Yang Kai and Li Jiao wanted to enter the city, it wouldn't be difficult at all. After finishing their discussion, the two immediately rushed out of their hiding place and swaggered towards the city. The distance of 15 kilometers was quickly covered. The two of them followed the example of the people from before and landed far away, walking towards the city on foot. When he arrived at the city gate, Kai Yang raised his head and looked at it. Above the city gate, there were 3 words written in bold calligraphy. Yang Kai was stunned. Li Jiao was also slightly stunned. It couldn't be helped. The 3 large words were, Half-Dragon City. The two looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. On the city gate, there was a lifelike giant dragon carving. At first glance, the giant dragon seemed to be alive, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced forward. Li Jiao's face paled slightly, and he couldn't help but speed up. After entering the city, the two were shocked again. Although they had guessed that the city's population would be large, the scene they saw still exceeded their expectations. There were people coming and going in the city, as many as carps crossing the river. There were many shops in the surroundings, and there were noises, shouts, and haggling sounds. The human race, monster race, and dragon race were mixed in. The human race had the most people, about half of the population, followed by the monster race. Although there were fewer of them than the human race, it wasn't that small. Then there were the dragon race. What the fuck was going on? The two were a little stunned. Chapter 30:21. Half a day later, in a tea house, Yang Kai and Li Jiao sat opposite each other. The fragrance of tea lingered in the air, but both of them were silent. Half a day of observation was enough for them to see a lot of things. This half-dragon city was too strange. Not to mention the incredible number of dragon descendants. Just the number of masters here was endless. At least 1 out of 1,000 people on the street was from the Emperor realm. The population of this city was about 500,000. In other words, there were 500 to 600 people from the Emperor realm living in this half-dragon city. What kind of concept was this? This number was simply too terrifying. Looking at the entire star boundary, there were countless large and small cities, but there had never been a city with the number of the Emperor realm that could be compared to Half-Dragon City. Often, in a large city, it was already incredible to have dozens of people from the Emperor realm, and this was counting those who passed by, let alone hundreds, or even hundreds. Even if the world energy here was extremely pure and could help a cultivator's cultivation, this ratio was too frightening. It had to be known that a top sect like Azure Sun Temple only had a dozen or so people from the Emperor realm. Compared with Half-Dragon City, this number was not even a fraction. In addition, in this Half-Dragon City, the dragon descendants with the bloodline of the dragon race seemed to have a higher status. Among the cultivator of the same level, the cultivator from the dragon clan would often follow the lead. Yang Kai estimated that if the masters in such a city were to be taken out, they could sweep away any city in the star boundary and any top sect. Only the sects of the great emperors could compete with this half-dragon city. This was a gigantic city. However, whether it was Yang Kai or Li Jiao, they both found another strange thing. Those dragon descendants, especially those with a slightly purer bloodline, seemed to be a little unstable. No matter how high their cultivation was, their footsteps were weak, and they seemed to have hidden injuries. At the level of the Emperor realm, the higher the cultivation, the fewer dragon descendants there were. What was this situation? Yang Kai and Li Jiao were confused. Logically speaking, those with the bloodline of the dragon race would have a unique advantage in cultivation. For example, if Li Jiao wasn't a dragon race descendant, he would have been stuck at the second-order Emperor realm for the rest of his life. However, because of his dragon race bloodline, he was able to break through to the third-order Emperor realm. However, in Half-Dragon City, the situation seemed to be reversed. The purer the dragon race's bloodline, the harder it was for a dragon descendant to increase their cultivation. The second-order Emperor realm was the limit, and most of the dragon descendants in the Emperor realm were only first-order emperors. On the other hand, those from the human and monster clans who did not possess the bloodline of the dragon race had third-level Emperor realm existences. After staying in the tea house for a long time and listening to the conversations around them, Yang Kai and Li Jiao didn't hear anything too important. Only one person inadvertently spat out the two words Dragon Palace, which attracted their attention. Unfortunately, that person seemed to immediately realize that he had said something wrong and hurriedly changed the topic, making Yang Kai and Li Jiao's hearts itch. Half-Dragon City, Dragon Palace, Dragon Descendants. All signs indicated that this place was most likely Dragon Island. However, the hundreds of thousands of people here made Yang Kai unable to believe it. How could there be so many people on Dragon Island? Li Jiao was also confused. This place was too different from what he had imagined, so different that he couldn't accept reality. While the two were silent, a loud noise suddenly came from a shop across the street, as if someone was arguing about something. Immediately after, the world energy surged and principles appeared. A loud bang rang out, followed by a cry of surprise. A figure flew out of the shop and landed heavily on the ground. It was a woman wearing a light yellow palace dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her back was slender and graceful. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, her aura wasn't weak. She was actually a first-order Emperor Realm Master. It was unknown who she had a conflict with in the shop, but she was actually beaten out of the shop. From the looks of it, her injuries weren't light. When the pedestrians on the street saw this, they all moved aside. Without knowing the cause and effect, no one was willing to meddle in other people's business, lest they get into trouble. "Mother!" A tender voice called out, with a hint of sobbing. The woman lying on the ground got up with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked forward with a fiery gaze. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or because she was beaten, but her tender body was trembling. Humph! As the cold snort sounded, a man walked out of the shop. This man had a malicious expression on his face, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. He raised his hand slightly and grabbed the hair of a young girl, pulling her back. Caught in this position, the young girl could only bow her body and follow him out. The young girl's face was delicate and pretty. She didn't look very old, and her body was still young. There were two small bulges on her chest, and she was extremely petite. Judging from her appearance, she was at most 15 to 16 years old. Her eyes were red, and tears slid down her cheeks. She seemed to have suffered a great shock, and her face was full of panic. She looked forward and said, "Mother, save me." From the way she called out, this young girl and the woman who was beaten out of the shop before were obviously mother and daughter. "Let her go." The woman gritted her teeth and shouted, her emperor chi surging violently. She looked like she was about to fight to the death, but her daughter had been captured, so she was very cautious. No matter how angry she was, she didn't dare to act rashly. What's more, this malicious-looking man's cultivation was not only higher than hers, but he was also a dragon descendant. Even if she went all out, she was definitely not his opponent. "Let her go?" The malicious-looking man looked at the woman and sneered, "Do you think I'll let her go just because you say so? Who do you think you are?" The disdain in his words was obvious, and it was obvious he didn't put this woman in his eyes. Saying so, he even lowered his head and gently sniffed the young girl's hair. Suddenly, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. She smells so good. This king likes this little girl. The young girl had never experienced such a situation before, and feeling the hot breath on her back, she suddenly stiffened and cried even harder, whispering, "Mother, how dare you?" The woman was furious when she saw this and gritted her teeth. "Do you know whose daughter she is? How dare you treat her like this?" The malicious-looking man sneered, "Of course I know whose daughter she is." The woman was stunned, as if she hadn't expected the other party to give such an answer. She originally thought that the other party was just taking advantage of his power to bully her, and as long as she mentioned her daughter's father's identity, the other party would hesitate to act and she and her daughter would be safe. Who would have thought that it wouldn't have any effect at all? Her heart couldn't help but sink, knowing that the situation wasn't good. The other party had targeted her, and they must have already investigated her before, so her identity might not be useful. The malicious-looking man said, "Do you think they would care about a mortal's body? If they really cared, they wouldn't have driven you and your daughter out." As soon as this was said, not only did the woman's face darken, but many of the surrounding onlookers also looked disappointed, as if they had encountered a similar situation as the woman. Do you believe that even if this king were to strip her naked right now, no one would care whether you lived or died? The malicious-looking man said as he reached out and put his hand on the young girl's shoulder. The young girl's body suddenly stiffened, and she couldn't stop her tears from falling, like a broken string of pearls. The woman opposite him was even more shocked and shouted, "Don't!" If he really stripped her daughter of her clothes, her daughter would be too ashamed to see others in the future and might even commit suicide immediately. Her daughter was her only hope in life, so how could she be willing to see such a thing happen? The malicious man's words made many people frown. They felt that this guy was going too far. Someone immediately said, "Friend, killing people is just a matter of nodding your head. Even if they have offended you in some way, you don't have to humiliate them like this, right?" As soon as this person spoke, the complexion of one of his companions changed, and he quickly pulled him back and whispered something in his ear. The face of the person who spoke couldn't help but change, becoming somewhat pale. The malicious-looking man turned his head and looked at him, sneering, "What did you just say?" This king didn't hear it clearly. "Say it again." The man's complexion changed a few times before he cupped his fists and said in a low voice, "Master, please forgive this one for speaking carelessly and offending you. I hope that Master will not take it to heart." The malicious-looking man stared at him coldly, and after a while, he shouted in a low voice, "Scram!" Hearing this, the man felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream and quickly turned around and left. He was willing to stand up for the injustice if it was within his power, but if it involved his own life, he didn't have the courage. When the others saw this scene, how could they not know that this second-order Emperor Realm Dragon descendant had a great background? Perhaps he had a great backer, otherwise, how could he have such a great deterrent force? Some people recognized the malicious-looking man and naturally knew where his confidence came from. They all shook their heads and sighed, feeling that the mother and daughter pair were most likely doomed. They could have provoked anyone, but they had to provoke this guy. Their future days would be difficult. After showing off his power, the malicious-looking man turned to look at the girl's mother and said with a smug expression, "Do you know what to do now?" How could the girl not know what he was thinking? She clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her flesh, but she didn't notice. She raised her head and looked at her daughter, revealing a sad smile. She slowly knelt on the ground and prostrated herself, pressing her forehead against the back of her hand, and said in humiliation, "This concubine is willing to serve this concubine, master. Please let this concubine go." The malicious-looking man curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking sneer. This woman's humble attitude made him extremely satisfied, and his gaze lingered on her round buttocks for a while before he slowly walked forward. With a fierce kick, the woman fell to the ground. This kick wasn't light, and the woman rolled several times before she came to a stop. "Mother!" Seeing this, the girl cried out in grief. "Shut up!" The malicious-looking man slapped the girl's cheek, and with a light smack, One side of the girl's cheek immediately swelled up. Perhaps because she was frightened, the girl didn't dare to make another sound, and her pair of watery eyes widened. After kicking the woman, the malicious-looking man obviously wasn't done yet. He walked forward and stepped on her chest, immediately changing the shape of her full breasts. The woman's expression was painful, but she still said to the girl, "Close your eyes." She didn't want her daughter to see her like this. Chapter 30:22. As a mother, how could this woman be willing to let her daughter see her being tortured? The young girl was dumbfounded, her eyes wide and tears flowing down her cheeks, perhaps because she was frightened or something else. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had agreed earlier?" The gloomy man coldly snorted, his big foot fiercely rubbing her chest a few times. The sound of bones dislocating immediately rang out, but as if he hadn't heard it, he lowered his body and said, "If you had agreed earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this." The woman's face twisted in pain, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say a word, only looking at her daughter and trying to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. "Slut, it's your blessing that this king has taken a liking to you, yet you still dare to make excuses." The gloomy man seemed to have not tortured enough and wanted to vent the anger in his heart. Moreover, he seemed to enjoy the feeling of ravaging this woman, his eyes full of joy. Inside the tea house, Yang Kai's eyes were cold. He and Li Jiao had watched the scene unfold from beginning to end, so naturally they understood what had happened. Although they had just arrived and had not yet fully grasped the situation in Half-Dragon City, Yang Kai could not bear to watch a mother and daughter being tortured like this under his nose. Just as he was about to take action, Li Jiao suddenly stood up and stared blankly at the woman in palace robes being trampled on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief, and in the next moment, anger ignited his heart. It's too late to beg for mercy now. The gloomy man was still ravaging the woman in palace robes. "Neither of you, mother and daughter, can escape. Come back with this king." Saying so, he lifted the young girl with one hand and grabbed the young girl's mother with the other. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a shocking emperor pressure descended from the sky, directly enveloping the gloomy man. The gloomy man was shocked, and with a tap of his feet, he floated back while shouting in a low voice, "Who is it?" Li Jiao stretched out his hand and threw a punch straight at the gloomy man's face. The gloomy man was horrified and hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi to resist, but in the next moment, the fist enlarged infinitely in front of him and slammed directly into the bridge of his nose. With a cracking sound, something seemed to break. The malicious-looking man was directly sent flying by this punch. At the same time, his hand became lighter. The girl who had been captured by him was also out of his control. With a series of cracking sounds, the malicious-looking man was sent flying into a shop at the back. He didn't know how many things he had broken in the process. He struggled to get up and felt dizzy. His mouth and nose were filled with the smell of blood. He reached out and wiped his hand. His hand was covered in blood, and his nose seemed to have been broken. The malicious-looking man flew into a rage and instantly charged out of the store. His gaze was gloomy and cold as he gazed at Li Jiao, and his killing intent surged like a tide as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Presumptuous!" Li Jiao didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at the young girl he had saved, then looked at the woman in palace attire lying on the ground. He said in a low voice, "Go help your mother up." The girl didn't move. She was probably scared silly. The woman in palace attire looked at Li Jiao in shock. She didn't expect that someone would stand up for her at this time. After all, the malicious-looking man wasn't someone to be offended. Although his cultivation wasn't at the top in Half-Dragon City, and there were many people more powerful than him, he was still someone who couldn't be offended. Anyone who offended him didn't have a good ending. It had nothing to do with cultivation. After seeing Li Jiao's face, the woman couldn't help but open her eyes wide and let out a low cry. Their eyes met. A trace of pity and nostalgia flashed in Li Jiao's eyes, but the woman immediately looked away and avoided his gaze. Seeing her like this, Li Jiao sighed and pushed the young girl again. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. Crying loudly, she walked forward and helped her mother up. Li Jiao's arrogant attitude undoubtedly angered the malicious-looking man, but it was strange. Although he noticed that Li Jiao's cultivation was a little higher than his, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he glared fiercely at Li Jiao and said, "You actually dare to hurt this king. No matter who you are dead today." "That's what I want to say too." Li Jiao turned his head and looked at the malicious-looking man. Although his expression was indifferent, anyone could hear the anger he was suppressing. Inside the tea house, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. His eyes glanced over at the woman in the palace robe and then back at Li Jiao, his expression changing as he understood something. On the other side, the malicious-looking man was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said fiercely, "You have guts. In this half-dragon city, no one dares to talk to me like this." "Now there is." Li Jiao took a light breath and calmed the anger in his heart. He had never been so angry before, and the raging anger in his chest was simply about to explode. He couldn't wait to vent his anger and crush this malicious man into smithereens. "You're courting death." The malicious-looking man was also extremely angry. He urged his aura, and the color of the dragon scales below his neck suddenly deepened. A faint dragon's might instantly filled the air. Among the onlookers, many of the dragon descendants showed uncomfortable expressions. There was nothing they could do about it. This was bloodline suppression. The malicious-looking man's dragon race bloodline was higher than theirs, and he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. When he pushed his aura to its limit, few of the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City could resist him. Even the humans and monster beasts who were not dragon descendants had difficult expressions at this moment and quickly moved away. Li Jiao's expression, however, did not change. He remained as motionless as a mountain, simply staring coldly at the malicious-looking man. Seeing his indifferent appearance, the malicious-looking man's expression couldn't help but change. He felt that something was wrong. He also noticed that Li Jiao had a dragon race bloodline, which was why he was so unscrupulous. He was sure that Li Jiao's dragon race bloodline was not as pure as his. But when the dragon pressure filled the air, Li Jiao's performance surprised him. The other party was completely calm. How is this possible? Is the bloodline suppression ineffective? It's impossible for the bloodline suppression to be ineffective. There is only one reason why the other party is so indifferent. The other party's bloodline is definitely not inferior to mine. Thinking of this, the malicious-looking man's expression changed greatly. His cultivation was already inferior to the other party's, so if he didn't have an advantage in terms of bloodline, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. After carefully sizing up Li Jiao, a trace of suspicion flashed in the malicious-looking man's eyes because he found that Li Jiao looked very unfamiliar. He had no impression of him at all. Although there were many dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City, numbering in the tens of thousands, there weren't many in the Emperor Realm. There were only a few hundred people in the Emperor Realm and Half-Dragon City, and 80% of them were humans and monster beasts. Those from the Emperor Realm who had a dragon race bloodline numbered no more than 100. He had some impression of these 100 people, and even if he didn't have a deep relationship with them, he had at least seen them a few times. After all, they all made a living in Half-Dragon City. Although the city was large, they would still meet over the years. But Li Jiao was a face that he had never seen before. Where did this guy come from? A third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator with a bloodline that is not inferior to mine. This kind of guy is simply unheard of. Thinking of this, the malicious-looking man was stunned. The woman in the palace dress was also stunned. The surrounding cultivator was also stunned. Everyone looked at Li Jiao in shock, as if there was a flower on his face. After a while, the malicious-looking man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he had kicked an iron plate this time. What a disgrace! Li Jiao coldly snorted and also urged his own power. In the next moment, a wisp of dragon pressure that was clearly stronger than the malicious-looking man's enveloped the surroundings. The malicious-looking man's dragon pressure was like a bubble, instantly bursting apart. Muffled groans came from all around, all of which were the result of being suppressed. Third-rank dragon vein. It's actually a third-rank dragon vein? Half-Dragon City has a third-rank dragon vein? Cries of surprise rang out one after another, causing Li Jiao to frown. Although he knew that his dragon race bloodline wasn't pure, he didn't know what rank he belonged to. After all, he didn't have anyone to compare to, let alone a standard. The dragon race bloodline classification came from Dragon Island, from the dragon race. This classification was unknown to outsiders. However, listening to the cries of surprise around him, Li Jiao realized that the dragon descendants of Half-Dragon City seemed to be very clear about the bloodline classification. So, he was actually a third-rank dragon vein? This was also the first time Li Jiao knew. Our Half-Dragon City has such a dragon vein? Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Looking at his power, it should be a third-rank dragon vein, right? It shouldn't be enough. It's probably only middle rank. Someone is going to be unlucky this time. Don't joke around. You don't know that person's background. He might not be the unlucky one. The malicious-looking man's expression kept changing as he cursed in his heart. What the hell? Where did a third-rank mid-rank dragon vein come from? He himself was only a third-rank high-rank dragon vein, 2 whole ranks lower than the other party. His cultivation was inferior, and his bloodline was inferior. How could he fight? The dragon pressure pressed down on him, and the malicious-looking man's expression suddenly became incomparably difficult. He felt that the Emperor Qi in his body was not circulating smoothly, and his meridians and flesh were squirming. The throbbing from the depths of his soul made him panic. This was also the first time Li Jiao had tasted the benefits of bloodline suppression. In the past, he could only be suppressed. In front of Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing, he would cower like a grandson. Now, he had finally become a grandfather. The anger in his heart did not subside. He raised his hand and swept a slap at the malicious-looking man's face. The malicious-looking man obviously wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength. When the slap came, he could not dodge at all. With a crisp slap, the malicious-looking man's cheeks swelled up, and a few of his teeth flew out. He flipped a few times in the air before landing heavily. It was obvious how powerful Li Jiao's slap was. Li Jiao turned his head, and his cold expression suddenly changed. He looked at the young girl with a pleasant expression and said, "He slapped you, so I slapped him back. Did you vent your anger?" The young girl was shocked. She did not know Li Jiao, and did not know why he would stand up for her. Just now, she and her mother were bullied by the malicious-looking man, so she was full of grievance and fear. Now that she saw that evil was being repaid with evil, she was naturally full of joy. She also felt grateful towards Li Jiao, a person she met by chance, and nodded heavily. Li Jiao smiled and said, "If you think it's not enough, I'll slap him a few more times." The young girl thought for a moment, then shook her head. Li Jiao said, "All right, I'll help your mother vent her anger." Chapter 30-23. On the streets of Half-Dragon City, everyone was silent. When Li Jiao turned his head again, his face had returned to its cold expression as he approached the malicious man step by step. After being slapped hard, the malicious man felt dizzy. After calming himself down, he suddenly saw Li Jiao standing in front of him. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and cursed, "You dare hit me?" Li Jiao's eyes drooped as he slapped out again. With a crisp slap, the malicious man's other cheek also swelled up. The dual suppression from his bloodline and cultivation made him unable to fight back in front of Li Jiao. He could only passively take the beating. "Bastard! You!" Before he could finish speaking, Li Jiao's fist landed on his face, instantly causing his skin to split open. "You!" Asterisk boom. Asterisk another punch. The surrounding onlookers kept quiet out of fear as they felt a chill run down their spines. Li Jiao seemed to be furious to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he pounced forward and rode on the malicious-looking man's body. Both of his hands moved like a bow as he continuously slapped the malicious-looking man's face. Pa, 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 pa. The sounds of slapping rang out incessantly. The malicious-looking man didn't even have the time to speak. Although he was ruthless, he had a sense of propriety. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. Although he wanted to help the mother and daughter vent their anger, he didn't kill them. Therefore, although the malicious man was beaten to a miserable state, his life wasn't in danger. "Friend, where it is possible to let people off, you should spare them. This person, you can't afford to offend." A voice suddenly floated into his ears. It should be someone secretly sending a voice transmission to Li Jiao. Li Jiao frowned when he heard the voice and his hand movements became much lighter. After such a beating, he had vented a lot of his anger and wasn't as irrational as before. The woman who was saved by him finally came back to her senses at this moment and shouted, "Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Master, please stop!" She wasn't pleading for mercy for the malicious man. After suffering such humiliation at the hands of the malicious man and being seen by her daughter, she wanted nothing more than to kill him for revenge. Why would she plead for mercy for him? She was worried about Li Jiao. If this person was really beaten to death, Li Jiao wouldn't be able to survive. Her heart was filled with guilt and uneasiness. She felt that she had implicated Li Jiao. Li Jiao fiercely punched the malicious-looking man twice before stopping. He coldly snorted, "What kind of bullshit is this?" The woman took the opportunity to rush up and grab his arm. She begged, "Master, stop. Don't hit him anymore." Li Jiao took advantage of the situation to get up and coldly looked at the malicious man lying on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "I'll spare your life this time. If there's a next time, I'll definitely tear you into pieces." The malicious-looking man's face was covered in blood and dirt. His face was almost deformed from the beating. It was unknown whether it was because of shame or because he was seriously injured. He lay on the ground motionless, as if he was dead. Li Jiao kicked him again before turning his head to look at the woman. His expression was somewhat complicated as he asked, "Are you all right?" The woman shook her head, not daring to look him in the eye. She gently let go of his arm. She was also from the Emperor realm. Although she had been bullied and suffered some minor injuries, it was not a big deal. "It's good that you're fine." Li Jiao nodded. The woman lowered her head and gently bit her red lips as she said, "Thank you, Master, for your help. Master, you should quickly leave. You can't stay in Half-Dragon City any longer." Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. Whether it was the woman's reaction or the sound transmission from before, it all conveyed some special information. Li Jiao was not an idiot. How could he not know that the person he beat up had some background? He had gotten himself into trouble. Li Jiao couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. However, in front of the woman, he did not reveal any of it. If he was given the choice again, he would definitely make a move. It wasn't that he was warm-hearted, but because, "Do you insist on calling me that?" Li Jiao looked at the woman and slightly sighed. The woman's delicate body trembled. She played dumb and said, "Master, what do you mean?" "AI." Li Jiao shook his head. He did not linger on this topic and only said, "Come with me." After saying this, he led the way. The woman hesitated for a moment, but still called out to her daughter, holding her hand as she followed behind Li Jiao. After entering the tea house from before and going up to the second floor, Li Jiao immediately saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile and couldn't help blushing, knowing that his impulsive actions just now had made him look like a joke. After all, he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and a Palace Master, so it was rare for him to lose his composure like this. Without saying anything, Li Jiao returned to his original seat. Yang Kai pushed a cup of tea over, and Li Jiao drank it in one gulp, not saying a word with a sullen expression. The mother and daughter were standing by the side. If one looked carefully, they would find that they had many similarities. Moreover, their appearances were extremely good. Although the woman was injured and there was blood at the corner of her mouth, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Li Jiao did not speak, and neither did the woman, just standing there with her head lowered, as if she had done something wrong. Only the young girl curiously looked at Yang Kai and Li Jiao, but she paid more attention to Li Jiao. After all, it was Li Jiao who had just saved her and her mother, so the young girl naturally felt closer to him and her heart was filled with gratitude. "Let's sit down and talk." Yang Kai smiled at them. The woman shook her head and said softly, "This mistress appreciates Master's good intentions, but this mistress will just stand." Li Jiao felt stifled when he heard this and took another sip of tea. The woman then said, "Master, please leave Half-Dragon City quickly. This place is not suitable for you to stay for long." Yang Kai asked, "What is that person's background?" The woman replied, "He doesn't have a great background, but he can talk to that side." Her words were vague, as if she was afraid of something. Seeing Yang Kai and Li Jiao's indifferent expressions, the woman looked at Li Jiao anxiously and said, "Sir, we really have to leave quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Li Jiao turned his head and looked at her angrily, saying in a deep voice, "You still want to pretend that you don't know me?" As soon as this was said, the woman immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at him. The young girl beside her opened her eyes wide in curiosity, looking at her mother and then at Li Jiao. "You know my mother?" Li Jiao snorted. "Then you have to ask her." He seemed to be a little angry, but in fact, he did not know what he was angry about. The young girl was innocent, turning her head to look at her mother and said, "Mother, do you know this master?" The woman did not say anything, but her shoulders gently shook. Drip, drip, drip. Drops of tears fell, like a broken string of pearls, as if she had thought of something sad. "Mother." Seeing this, the young girl's eyes also turned red, reaching out to hug her mother. "What are you crying for? It's been so many years. Why are you still like this?" Li Jiao was a little speechless, knowing that his words just now were a little too harsh. He immediately felt a little apologetic, but he did not know how to comfort her. After a while, he could only look at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Big sister, sit down first." Although they were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters, this woman was definitely older than him, so it was not wrong to call her big sister. What's more, Li Jiao seemed to be old acquaintances with her, so he naturally had to give Li Jiao some face at this time. When he was the hero saving the beauty just now, he was full of vigor, as if he had become a few hundred years younger. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Kai said this, Li Jiao's face immediately glowed, but he still said with a straight face, "Sit down. What are you doing standing here? If people who don't know saw this, they would think that I bullied you." The woman was still crying softly, but she sat down with her daughter, probably feeling that it was a little inappropriate to stand here and cry. Her mood was a little unstable, whether it was because of the bullying just now or because she saw Li Jiao again after so many years, but her tears did not stop for a moment. At this time, it was not convenient to talk to her, so Yang Kai simply looked at Li Jiao and quietly asked, "Do you know her?" As early as when Li Jiao made his move, Yang Kai had already guessed it. Later, various signs showed that Li Jiao and this woman were indeed old acquaintances, but Yang Kai also felt that it was a coincidence that he could meet an acquaintance in this strange half-dragon city. Li Jiao nodded lightly, his expression becoming complicated again, his eyes flashing with a look of reminiscence. Yang Kai did not ask any more questions. This kind of privacy was not good to pry. In any case, he felt that the relationship between Li Jiao and this woman was not ordinary. "Palace Master Yang, have you heard of the sect called Rui Sect?" After a moment of silence, Li Jiao suddenly asked, "Rui Sect?" Yang Kai thought for a moment before nodding, "I have." Rui Sect was also in the Northern Territory, but compared to Fire Dragon Palace, High Sky Sect, Seeking Passion Sect, and Ice Heart Valley, it was inferior because this sect did not have a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The strongest one was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, although Yang Kai had heard of Rui Sect, he did not know much about it. Now that he suddenly heard Li Jiao mention it, he knew that this woman should be related to Rui Sect. Li Jiao continued, "Rui Sect Master, Lu Qiu, is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Although he is not the top, he is not bad. Rui Sect is a sect with a long heritage, and although Sect Master Lu Qiu has not done much, he has maintained the foundation of his ancestors. He has many children, one of whom is ranked third. She is a national beauty and is very famous. Everyone calls her Lu Sanyang." At this point, he turned his head and glanced at the woman sitting next to him, who was sobbing softly. About 300 years ago, Thisly was traveling outside when he encountered a group of evil people committing a crime. Palace Master Yang should not be a stranger to this kind of thing. Thisly did not know whether it was right or wrong, so it was not convenient for Thisly to intervene. However, at that time, a woman stepped in. Although her cultivation was not bad, she was only in the third-order Dao Source Realm at that time. She was surrounded by danger, and Thisly saved her. After that, Thisly became acquainted with her, and that woman was Lu Sanyang of Rui Sect. Palace Master Yang may laugh at this, but Thisly is also a lustful person. With such a stunning appearance, Thisly was naturally tempted. After interacting with her for some time, Thisly felt that she had a good impression of Thisly, so this Li personally went to Rui sect to propose marriage. What's more, Li Jiao also had the bloodline of the dragon race. Lu Sanyang's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations, so it was normal for Li Jiao to be tempted by her. Chapter 30:24. Since Lu Qiu agreed, this Li didn't plan to delay any longer and planned to marry in a month. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. Half a month later, Lu Qiu sent a message saying that Sanyang had disappeared. This Li was naturally furious and went to the Rui sect to show off, injuring many people. However, it was later confirmed that Sanyang had indeed disappeared for no reason, not because of the Rui sect. In the following years, the Fire Dragon Palace and the Rui sect have been searching for Sanyang's whereabouts, but they haven't been able to find any clues. Li Jiao smiled bitterly. Not seeing her alive and not finding her corpse, this matter is very strange. Back then, this matter was widely known in the Northern Territory, and this Li lost a lot of face. He was the dignified palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, yet he had actually made a mistake in taking a concubine. Naturally, he would become a laughingstock. Yang Kai could almost imagine Li Jiao's mood at that time, so he couldn't be blamed for going to the Rui sect to show off. If he had encountered such a thing, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold back. Until today, Li Jiao finished speaking and turned to look at Lu Sanyang. After a moment of silence, he sighed. It couldn't be helped that the two women who had loved each other back then now had daughters. Li Jiao couldn't help but feel a little stifled. Although it had been more than 300 years, there were some things that time couldn't erase. He didn't know how Lu Sanyang had gone missing back then. He also didn't know how Lu Sanyang had appeared in this small world. He also didn't know whose child that young girl was. Previously, when he heard Lu Sanyang's voice in the tea house, he only felt that it was familiar. But when the gloomy man kicked Lu Sanyang to the ground, Li Jiao finally saw Lu Sanyang's face and attacked in anger. At that time, he only wanted to stand up for Lu Sanyang, but now, his mood was extremely complicated, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had mixed feelings. The woman who was originally engaged to him had gone missing for 300 years and actually had a child with another man. If it were any other man, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. This was all for Yang Kai. If it were anyone else here, Li Jiao definitely wouldn't have revealed this. Anyway, it was not the first time that he was embarrassed in front of Yang Kai. He was already used to it. Brotherly, a low call came from the side. It was Lu Sanyang who had finally stopped sobbing. He reached out to wipe the corners of his eyes and shouted. Yang Kai snorted and almost laughed out loud. Brotherly. He simply couldn't believe that there was actually someone in this world who would address Li Jiao as such. Moreover, it was such a peerless beauty. Li Jiao's luck with women wasn't bad. However, this was obviously not the time to laugh. He quickly picked up the teacup and placed it by his mouth. Li Jiao's expression shook as he turned his head to look at Lu Sanyang. His heart was in turmoil, but he still sneered, not pretending anymore. Lu Sanyang didn't raise her head. She said softly, Sanyang is too ashamed to see you. That's why she didn't dare to acknowledge you. You also know that you're too ashamed to see me. Li Jiao snorted coldly. His heart was extremely sullen. He originally wanted to mock and ridicule her to vent the anger in his heart after so many years. However, when he saw her miserable appearance, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His face couldn't help but become a little twisted. Lu Sanyang fiercely wiped the corners of her eyes again. She raised her head and said with a forced smile, Sanyang really didn't expect that I would be able to see Brotherly again in this life. Seeing her like this, Li Jiao's heart softened. He didn't want to criticize her anymore. In this life, the person that Sanyang has let down the most is Brotherly. If you want to beat me, scold me, or even kill me, Sanyang won't complain. It's just that. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at her daughter. Her eyes were filled with love and reluctance. When the young girl heard this, she turned pale with fright. The good impression and gratitude she had for Li Jiao suddenly disappeared. She opened her arms and stood in front of Lu Sanyang. She cried out, Don't bully my mother. Li Jiao was instantly angered. He slammed the table and said fiercely, When did I bully her? The little girl was startled. She blinked her eyes and bean-sized tears suddenly fell. Her body trembled, but her arms were still wide open. Why is this girl like you? Li Jiao was a little speechless. He felt that his tone just now was a little harsh, but he was too embarrassed to apologize. His expression was extremely uncomfortable. Lu Sanyang reached out and pulled her daughter's arm back. She said softly, "Cheener, don't make trouble. Uncle Li won't bully your mother." The young girl was skeptical. However, after being yelled at by Li Jiao just now, she didn't dare to challenge him again. Lu Sanyang said, "Brother Li, you should leave quickly. After hitting that person, he won't let it go. If you don't leave, you'll definitely be in trouble." Li Jiao sneered, "If trash like him dares to pester me again, this lord won't let him off easily." He was stubborn and wanted to save face. In fact, he was still a little uneasy. Half-Dragon City was too strange. If he hadn't accidentally bumped into Lu Sanyang, he wouldn't have been in the limelight no matter what. Lu Sanyang shook her head and said, "Brother Li, I know your strength is profound. However, in this place, it doesn't matter how strong you are. You won't be facing an ordinary opponent." Li Jiao was originally a little worried, but when Lu Sanyang said this, he immediately snorted and said, "Then this lord wants to see what kind of helpers he can find." Lu Sanyang wanted to say something, but Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, "Sanyang, you don't need to worry about our matters. I'm very curious. Why did you suddenly disappear back then?" He knew that what Li Jiao wanted to understand the most right now was this matter. Putting himself in Li Jiao's shoes, this was simply a knot in his heart. A knot that had troubled Li Jiao for more than 300 years. However, Li Jiao didn't seem to want to ask, or rather, he didn't dare to ask. It should be because he was worried about personal gains and losses. Yang Kai simply helped him ask. Hearing this, Li Jiao's expression changed. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Although he pretended to be calm, the hand holding the teacup was slightly trembling. Lu Sanyang obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to suddenly ask this question. A trace of shame appeared on her face as she lowered her head and said, "It was so many years ago. I can't remember clearly." This answer obviously didn't satisfy Li Jiao. He didn't care about pretending and immediately said with a sullen face, "So, you were just pretending to be affectionate to this lord back then? Good, very good." His face was filled with grief and indignation. If it was any other man who encountered this matter, they wouldn't be able to remain calm. Thinking back to the romantic feelings of the past, Li Jiao only felt incomparably sullen. He wished he could slap this shameless bitch to death right now. How is that possible? Lu Sanyang suddenly raised her head and shook her head vigorously, tears flowing down her face again. Sanyang's feelings for Big Brother Li were not fake. Sanyang wanted to marry Big Brother Li. Her appearance made Li Jiao's heart soften again. He restrained the malevolence on his face and said in a deep voice, "This lord needs an explanation for what happened back then." Lu Sanyang still shook her head. Li Jiao's anger, which had just calmed down, flared up again. He directly stood up and said, "Fine. If you don't want to say it, then this lord won't force you. Let's just pretend we never knew each other. Palace Master Yang, let's go." Although what happened back then was a pity, even Li Jiao had come so many years ago. At this time, he was naturally able to let go. In any case, his cultivation wasn't bad, so he still had this kind of temperament. Just as he turned around, Lu Sanyang grabbed his sleeve. "What else do you want?" Li Jiao looked down at her with a cold expression. Lu Sanyang sobbed for a while. After a while, she softly said, "Sanyang was caught by someone." Li Jiao's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just stood there without moving, nor did he mention anything about leaving. "Back then, when we set the wedding date, Sanyang was waiting for you in Rui Sect. Later, she really wanted to see you, so she secretly ran out by herself. She wanted to go to Fire Dragon Palace to find you, but she didn't expect. Speaking up to this point, she couldn't continue. She was probably recalling what happened back then. She choked up so much that she couldn't even speak. Mother. Seeing this, the young girl also cried and raised her hand to wipe her mother's tears. For a moment, the mother and daughter were filled with grief, crying until the sky turned dark. Li Jiao sighed, "All right, don't cry. Let's not talk about what happened back then. I went too far. Lu Sanyang shook her head. She barely managed to maintain her emotions and continued. Back then, Sanyang was only in the third-order Dao source realm, and that person's cultivation was profound. Sanyang was no match for him and was captured. Later, there was no need to talk about what happened later. Lu Sanyang was such an outstanding beauty. How could she have a good ending after being captured? Li Jiao's expression was extremely cold. He said in a deep voice, "Who was it?" Lu Sanyang didn't answer. She only continued, "Later, he brought me to Dragon Island." Dragon Island? Li Jiao and Yang Kai were both startled. They looked at her and said, "This place is really Dragon Island?" Lu Sanyang raised her head and glanced at them. She was a little curious. Since they were already here, why didn't they know where this place was? She nodded and said, "That's right, this is Dragon Island." Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at each other. Their expressions sank. Although Lu Sanyang didn't say who the person who captured her was, it was already very obvious. Who else could freely enter and leave Dragon Island other than the dragon race? Li Jiao clenched his fists and his hands trembled violently. No wonder Lu Sanyang wasn't willing to say. It turned out that it was the dragon race's doing. If he hadn't repeatedly forced her, Lu Sanyang definitely wouldn't have revealed the truth. Back then, Lu Sanyang's disappearance was actually related to the dragon race. Yang Kai frowned. He secretly felt that this matter was a little tricky. Li Jiao also felt the same. If it was someone else, he wouldn't have cared. Even if it was someone else at the Third Order Emperor realm, he would still fight for Lu Sanyang and seek justice for himself. But the dragon race... He smiled bitterly in his heart. The dragon race wasn't something he could provoke. Just the suppression of his bloodline alone made him unable to even think of resisting. He fell heavily back into his seat, his face ashen. His woman was stolen, he was humiliated, and his face was damaged. But in the end, he didn't even have the ability to take revenge. Li Jiao felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. His heart was stifled. "Then why are you here?" Yang Kai frowned as he looked at her. Lu Sanyang was so beautiful, so it made sense that she was targeted by the dragon race. But why would she appear in Half-Dragon City? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He sympathized with Li Jiao in his heart. He felt that the dragon race who stole Lu Sanyang was simply a bastard. Chapter 30-25. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Li Jiao also became suspicious. He frowned and said, "That's right. Why are you here? Where is the guy who harmed you?" Lu Sanyang lowered her head and was silent for a while. Then she said softly, "After being brought back to the Dragon Island, Sanyang was imprisoned in the Dragon Palace. She lived a life worse than death." Her voice was choked with sobs, and her body was trembling nonstop, until 14 years ago. She turned her head to look at her daughter and smiled miserably. "When Qin Air was born, I was driven out." Li Jiao was startled for a moment. He didn't quite understand. But after he came back to his senses, his face immediately became ashen. He slammed the table and said, "Scoundrel!" Yang Kai's face was also unsightly. He felt that the dragon race was really not a good thing. Not only did they capture a woman and bring her to the Dragon Island to harm her for so many years, but when the child was born, they actually drove the mother and child away. Was there still any humanity left in them? Yang Kai didn't have much prejudice against the dragon race before. He only felt that the dragon race was too arrogant. Whether it was Zhu Qing or Zhu Lai, they seemed to be carved from the same mold. However, this didn't matter. If the dragon race wasn't arrogant, then it wouldn't be called the dragon race. But he never thought that the self-proclaimed leader of all spirits, the leader of the holy spirits, the dragon race actually had such a despicable act. "This girl is..." Yang Kai looked at the young girl and asked. Lu Sanyang didn't say anything, but the meaning was already obvious. Since she is the offspring of the dragon race, why was she driven out of the dragon palace? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. No matter what, Lu Sanyang's daughter still had the bloodline of the dragon race. Why was she driven out along with her mother when she was just born? Lu Sanyang said in a low voice, "The rules of the Dragon Palace are like this. It's fine if she hasn't given birth to a child, but if she gives birth to a child, She will be driven out of the dragon palace if she doesn't have a dragon bloodline. Qin heir doesn't have a dragon bloodline. What kind of bullshit rule is this? Li Jiao was furious. Regardless of whether he had the dragon bloodline or not, he was still his own flesh and blood. How could he sweep him out of the house like he was sweeping away trash? The dragon race was too unreasonable. It's really too much. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad impression of Dragon Palace. Lu Sanyang smiled sadly and shook his head. On Dragon Island, this kind of thing is not uncommon. She turned her head and looked outside. Pointing at the passers-by, she said, "Where do you think the people of Half-Dragon City come from?" "Where did it come from?" Li Jiao asked. Lu Sanyang said, "Many of them were driven out of the Dragon Palace. Even if they weren't, their ancestors were." What? Yang Kai and Li Jiao both widened their eyes. The dragon race is very few in number. It's very difficult to give birth. Often, there won't be a new member born even after 10,000 years. In addition, the ratio of men to women in the dragon race is very unbalanced. Those adult male dragon race members would often leave Dragon Island and go out to find outstanding women. They would capture them and use them as tools to relieve their lust. After a long time, many women became pregnant. When their children are born, if they have the bloodline of the dragon race, they can stay in the dragon palace and continue to be observed. If they don't have the bloodline of the dragon race, or if their bloodline is too low, they will be expelled from the dragon palace. After countless years, there were many humans, monsters, and even some with impure bloodlines on Dragon Island. Later, as the number of humans, monsters, and dragon descendants increased, everyone built Half-Dragon City here. This was the initial prototype of Half-Dragon City. The residents of Half-Dragon City married each other and gave birth to children. Over the years, the population increased and gradually developed to its current scale. After listening to Lu Sanyang's narration, Yang Kai and Li Jiao were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. How did this Half-Dragon City come about? The creatures in Half-Dragon City, no matter if they are humans, monsters, or dragon descendants, they are all the descendants of dragons? This is simply too inconceivable. Lu Sanyang said very clearly that in Half-Dragon City, some of the people were expelled from the Dragon Palace. These people were all women who were captured by the dragon race and their children. Just like Lu Sanyang himself, this group of people should be very few in number. The rest of the people should be the result of generations of continuous reproduction. No wonder this place was called Half-Dragon City. It turned out that there was another reason. All the residents of Half-Dragon City were more or less related to the dragon race. If it wasn't called Half-Dragon City, then what should it be called? Li Jiao originally felt that he was cuckolded and had nowhere to vent his anger. Even Lu Sanyang himself didn't like him. The reason why he asked so many questions was just to get to the bottom of it. But after hearing this, he couldn't bear it. Lu Sanyang being captured wasn't her fault. After all, at that time, Lu Sanyang was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. How much power did he have to fight back against the dragon race? Now that she was in such a miserable state, Li Jiao had no intention of blaming her. He sighed and felt that he and Sanyang were not fated to be together in this life. What is the child's name? Li Jiao looked at the girl and asked. Lu Sanyang said, Yuqin, Lu Yuqin. Li Jiao nodded and asked again, Then who is the dragon race that harmed you? Lu Sanyang looked up at him and asked nervously, What do you want to do? Li Jiao said, This seat was humiliated all because of that guy. Don't I have the right to know his name? Lu Sanyang shook her head and didn't say anything. She was clearly unwilling to say the name of the dragon race, so as not to implicate Li Jiao. She knew about Li Jiao's situation, but that was the dragon race, and this was Dragon Island. How could she easily offend him? She wasn't willing to see Li Jiao suffer any tragic end. Li Jiao was furious when he saw this. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. At the same time, Yang Kai also sensed something and looked over with rapt attention. Dragon race! Li Jiao shouted in a low voice, his expression turning ugly. He and Yang Kai had been searching here for a long time, but they couldn't find any traces of the dragon race. Who would have thought that the dragon race would actually appear at this time? Before the dragon race even came close, A monstrous power had already attacked from afar. The suppression from the bloodline made Li Jiao's flesh squirm nonstop. Many of the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City also noticed this and stopped to watch. After a short while, a resounding dragon roar came from afar. Then, a huge dragon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a green dragon, more than 10 zhang long. It rolled in the clouds and soon arrived in the sky above Half-Dragon City. The huge dragon coiled up and looked down with its head held high. The whole Half-Dragon City seemed to be trembling. All the residents were in a panic. On Dragon Island, the dragon race was the absolute ruler. The dragon race also rarely came to Half-Dragon City. Now that one suddenly appeared, it naturally made people feel apprehensive. They didn't know why this green dragon came here. The green dragon swaggered in the sky for a while, taking in the whole Half-Dragon City's situation. Only then did it slowly transform into its human form. With a flash of light, a young man around 20 to 30 years old appeared. He was wearing gaudy clothes and looked like a butterfly swaggering through the city. All of a sudden, a figure flew up from the Half-Dragon City. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at the figure and were surprised. It couldn't be him. The guy flying towards the green dragon was actually the guy who was beaten up by Li Jiao. At this moment, the gloomy man carefully smiled and respectfully landed in front of the green dragon. He was shorter than the green dragon by a whole body. His previous injuries hadn't healed. His cheeks were swollen and a few of his teeth were missing. Combined with his current flattering posture, he looked quite funny. The green dragon glanced at him and slightly wrinkled his brows. The contempt and disgust in his eyes were obvious. "Greetings to Master Fuqi. I don't know what orders the master has for me." He didn't immediately complain to this green dragon called Fuqi because he knew that in the eyes of the dragon race, everyone in Half-Dragon City, including himself, was just an ant. Although he could talk to Dragon Island, in the eyes of the dragon race, he was no different from an ant. If he complained at this time, Fuqi wouldn't pay attention to him and it would be annoying for no reason. Fuqi didn't look at him and just lightly said, "The dragon blood flower needs to be watered." When the gloomy man heard this, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Understood, understood. This little one will do it. Like before, 200 is enough?" Fuqi gently nodded and said, Master, please go ahead. This little one will immediately bring people to the Dragon Palace." Fuqi said, "And 500 mortals." When the gloomy man heard this, he was stunned. 500 mortals? He was confused. He didn't know why Fuqi suddenly made such a request. In the past, when the dragon race came to Dragon Island, it was basically for the dragon blood flower, so they only needed to bring 200 dragon descendants. There was never a time when they wanted to bring mortals. In the eyes of the dragon race, no matter how high your cultivation was, as long as you didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race, you were still a mortal. What was this for? The gloomy man couldn't understand. "Are you asking me?" Fuqi turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. The gloomy man was shocked. He knew that he shouldn't have asked this question. No matter what the dragon race did, he only needed to follow orders. He didn't have the qualifications to ask too much. He immediately lowered his head and said, "I don't dare. Master Fuqi, please calm down. This little one misspoke." Scram. Fuqi spat out a word, then closed his eyes and stood in the void. The gloomy man felt like he had been pardoned. He quickly turned his head and flew towards Half-Dragon City. In the tea house, Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned pale. She quickly shouted, "Brotherly, hurry up and leave. It'll be too late if you don't leave now." Li Jiao frowned. He looked at the gloomy man flying towards him and said indifferently, "We can't leave anymore." He had beaten up the gloomy man before. The other party clearly held a grudge. Li Jiao didn't hear what he said to the dragon race, but when he saw the gloomy man's expression, he knew that he couldn't escape forever. Did he regret it? He didn't regret it. Lu Sanyang was being treated like that in front of him. If he still didn't do anything, then he wasn't worthy of being called a man. It was just that he didn't think that trouble would come so quickly. Lu Sanyang also said that the gloomy man could speak with that side. Now it seemed that this side was the Dragon Palace, the dragon race. Chapter 3026. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the sinister man flying towards them and said, What's so special about this person that he can speak with Dragon Palace? Lu Sanyang sighed hearing this. She knew that Yang Kai and Li Jiao would not be able to escape. With the dragon race here, where could they escape to? His face was filled with guilt. He knew that he had implicated the two of them. He immediately said, "This person is called Yunwu. There is nothing special about him. He is just lucky. He has a rank 2 high-grade dragon vein and can speak. So, he has always been in charge of the communication between Dragon Palace and Half-Dragon City." What about the green dragon? Yang Kai glanced at the dragon race in the air. Lu Sanyang said with a complicated expression, "He's called Fu Qi. He has rank 5 bloodline." After all, she had lived in the Dragon Palace for 200 to 300 years, and there were only a few dragons in the Dragon Palace. Naturally, she recognized Fu Qi. Surnamed Fu? Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that the dragon race on Dragon Island had the surname Zhu. Li Jiao said, "It's rumored that the dragon race on Dragon Island has 2 surnames. One is Zhu, the other is Fu." Yang Kai nodded. Rank 5, so. Lu Sanyang was shocked, looking at Yang Kai in a daze, thinking, what is the background of Brother Li's friend? Why is his tone so arrogant? A rank 5 dragon is only so in his eyes. It has to be known that the strongest dragon vein in Half-Dragon City was only high level 2. It was far from rank 5. That was a true pure-blooded dragon race. It was a completely different concept from the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City. She thought that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. Little did she know, Yang Kai was just stating facts. The only dragon race members he had come into contact with were Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai. Both of them had rank 8 dragon veins, and after Zhu Qing merged with him, she reached rank 9. So what was a mere rank 5? In fact, even without Lu Sanyang's explanation, Yang Kai could tell that this green dragon called Fu Qi's bloodline was not high, because his dragon true form was only a few dozen feet. It was far from Zhu Lai's 30 feet body. Why did a dragon race member come here? Li Jiao asked with a frown. Lu Sanyang came back to her senses and explained, he should be here for the dragon blood flower. Dragon blood flower? Li Jiao's eyes lit up when he heard this, whispering, there is a dragon blood flower in Half-Dragon City? Lu Sanyang's experience made him feel humiliated. His enemy was a dragon race member, and in terms of cultivation, he felt that he would not lose to that dragon race member. After all, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, but in terms of bloodline, he was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only improve his bloodline first. And the best way to improve one's bloodline was the dragon blood flower. So when he heard Lu Sanyang mention the dragon blood flower, Li Jiao could not help but take it seriously. If he could improve his bloodline, he would have a chance to fight against a dragon race member. But unexpectedly, Lu Sanyang shook his head and said, how could there be a dragon blood flower in Half-Dragon City? The dragon blood flower is the foundation of the dragon race. It can only be found in the Dragon Palace. Then what you said just now, Lu Sanyang said, the dragon blood flower needs to be watered and cultivated with dragon blood. There are only a few dragon race members in the Dragon Palace, so even if all of their blood is drained, they won't be able to cultivate many dragon blood flowers. What's more, doing this too often will affect one's strength, so unless there is no other choice, the dragon race will not use their own blood to cultivate the dragon blood flower. He came here for the dragon bloodline. Although the dragon bloodline is not pure, there are many of them, so using their blood to water the dragon blood flower will have some effect. Hearing this, Yang Kai and Li Jiao immediately understood. Li Jiao had also cultivated a dragon blood flower in the past, and he had used his own blood to do so. In the entire Half-Dragon City, there were tens of thousands of dragon bloodlines, so it was indeed a good choice. It seemed that the Dragon Palace was using Half-Dragon City as a source of dragon blood to irrigate the dragon blood flower. This was a good plan. No wonder the two found that in Half-Dragon City, the higher one's cultivation, the fewer dragon bloodlines there were. They had seen a few humans and Yao at the 3rd level Emperor Realm, but there was not a single dragon bloodline at the 3rd level Emperor Realm. Clearly, it was because of this. The dragon bloodlines with high cultivation were all taken to Dragon Island to cultivate the dragon blood flower. After so many years, it was already good that their cultivation did not fall. So how much could they improve? Lu Sanyang turned to look at Li Jiao and said uneasily, Brother Li, Yuanwu will definitely take you away. Li Jiao's expression was extremely ugly. When he had fought with Yuanwu, he had exposed his identity as a dragon bloodline. Whether it was bloodline or cultivation, he suppressed Yuanwu. Now that Yuanwu had been ordered to search for dragon bloodlines to cultivate the dragon blood flower, he naturally would not let him go easily. From Yuanwu's flight path, it could be seen that the first person he was looking for was Li Jiao. Li Jiao immediately felt uneasy and looked at Yang Kai for help. He knew that if he was really taken to the dragon palace by the dragon race to cultivate the dragon blood flower, his blood might be drained clean. At this time, only Yang Kai could save him. Even a rank 8 red dragon could not do anything in front of him, let alone a mere rank 5 green dragon. Wait and see. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and said softly. Li Jiao's heart settled, knowing that Yang Kai would not ignore him. Things were as the two had expected. Yuanwu went straight to the tea house and flew to the second floor. He coldly glanced at Li Jiao, no longer having the fear and panic from before. Instead, he felt like a petty person who had succeeded. Previously, he was humiliated by Li Jiao because his bloodline was inferior and his cultivation was inferior. Now that he had a rank 5 green dragon behind him, what was he afraid of? He could not wait for Li Jiao to attack him. If that happened, Li Jiao's death would not be far away. By the order of Master Fu Qi, find 200 dragon descendants to serve in the Dragon Palace. All dragon descendants above the Dao Source Realm are to gather here immediately. If they do not appear within half a cup of tea's time, kill them without mercy. Yuanwu's words were like spring thunder. His voice was not loud, but it was enough to spread throughout the entire half-dragon city. As soon as he said this, all the dragon descendants above the Dao Source Realm panicked and their faces turned ugly. Of course, they knew why Fu Qi wanted them to go to Dragon Island. Other than using their own blood to water the dragon blood flower, there was nothing else. This was a hard job. For generations, every dragon descendant who went to Dragon Palace would have their Yuan Qi severely injured. In serious cases, their cultivation would drop, and there were even cases of death on the spot. Naturally, no one was willing to do such a hard job. But Fu Qi was above half-dragon city. Even if they were unwilling, no one dared to resist. They could not escape from here, nor could they escape from Dragon Island. They would be oppressed by Dragon Palace for generations to come. So, after Yuanwu's voice fell, all the dragon descendants above the Dao Source Realm in Half-Dragon City moved and gathered in the direction of the tea house. You, get out here. Yuanwu pointed at Li Jiao and shouted in a low voice. Li Jiao's face changed slightly. Although he knew that Yuanwu would definitely target him, he was still irritated. If it were not for that green dragon, he would have already slapped him, but doing so under the eyes of that green dragon was equivalent to declaring war on the dragon race. He did not have the guts to do so. The rest of you, roll over here as well. Yuanwu suddenly pointed his finger at Kai Yang and Lu Sanyang, the mother and daughter pair. Lu Sanyang's face changed abruptly. Yang Kai also frowned. He did not know what this guy was going to do. Dragon Island should be looking for dragon descendants to cultivate dragon blood flowers. He and Lu Sanyang were not dragon descendants. Why were they looking for them? A fox using the tiger's might to take revenge? This Yuanwu did not have such guts, right? Although that green dragon had his eyes closed, the movements here could not be hidden from him. If Yuanwu was really a dog using its master's power, Fu Qi would probably not agree. After all, in Fu Qi's eyes, Yuanwu was not someone worth caring about. Why should he use his power? I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Yuanwu saw that no one at this table moved and immediately shouted with a dark face. He purposely shouted very loudly and also secretly glanced in Fu Qi's direction. Clearly, he wanted to make a big deal out of this. If Yang Kai and the others really did not listen to his orders, then he could attack and kill them. So seeing Yang Kai and the others like this, he was not angry but happy. He wanted Yang Kai and the others to be as arrogant as possible. To be arrogant in front of the dragon race, they did not know how the word death was written. Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai and did not know what to do. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was still sipping his tea, his face indifferent. How dare you? You dare to disobey the orders of the Dragon Palace. You are seeking your own death. Yuan Wu was angry on the surface, but he was very happy inside. Continue to be arrogant. In a while, I will make you wish you were dead. The people in the tea house were also shocked and looked at Yang Kai's table. They thought, these people really did not fear death. Half-Dragon City had never had such a troublemaker in so many years. Yuan Wu was still shouting, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you delay the matter of Fu Qi's master, none of you can bear the responsibility. When he finished speaking, Fu Qi, who had been floating above Half-Dragon City with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He said angrily, what are you blabbering about? Do it quickly. Yuan Wu was shocked and his face paled. He knew that his performance had made Fu Qi dissatisfied. How could he care about showing off in front of Yang Kai? He immediately said, Fu Qi's master has orders. Send 500 mortals to the Dragon Palace to await orders. Those that I order, prepare to depart immediately. Those that dare to resist will be killed without mercy. Saying this, he pointed at Yang Kai and the others again and said, You. He made a circle with his hand and called out everyone in the tea house. Everyone's expression was ugly. Everyone was uneasy. In the past, when the dragon race came to Half-Dragon City, they were only looking for dragon descendants. In their eyes, mortals had no value other than venting their desires. No one knew why the Dragon Palace would suddenly send 500 mortals over this time. Those that Yuan Wu ordered had gloomy expressions. They thought, if they had known this earlier, who would have been willing to come here to drink tea? Was the Dragon Palace a place they could casually go to? If they went there, they might not be able to leave for the rest of their lives. And the cause of this was undoubtedly Yang Kai and the others. If they had not clashed with Yuan Wu before, Yuan Wu would not have come directly to the tea house. This was an unexpected calamity. In an instant, many people looked with dark expressions at Yang Kai and the others, secretly hating them. Chapter 30:27. There were only 20 or so people in the tea house. Yuan Wu called out once and then flew out, busying himself in Half-Dragon City. With Fu Qi watching him, he did not dare to slack off. So he worked especially hard to gather people and did not have time to argue with Li Jiao. Palace Master Yang, what do we do? Li Jiao secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. He did not want to go to the Dragon Palace. While he had never been there, he was afraid of that place from the bottom of his heart. He instinctively feared it. At this time, he could only rely on Yang Kai to make the decision. Yang Kai looked coolly at him and sent back, let nature take its course. He had come to Dragon Island to find Zhu Qing. Now, he had not even seen her face, and did not know where to find Zhu Qing. Now, Fu Qi's appearance was a chance. Zhu Qing should be in the Dragon Palace. To be able to sneak into the Dragon Palace with Fu Qi was something he wished for. Naturally, he did not resist. As to what to do after entering the Dragon Palace, whether to show his cards or act according to circumstances, he could only let nature take its course. Since he had said so, Li Jiao could not refute. He nodded lightly and looked sideways at Lu Sanyang and her daughter. Follow me. I will not let you be bullied. Ever since Lu Sanyang was called out by Yuan Wu, her face had turned pale. The Dragon Palace, that was a nightmarish place. She had stayed there for 200 to 300 years and had always wanted to escape. While in the end, she had been kicked out of the dragon race and lost face, she had fulfilled her wish. She had not thought that she would have to go to the Dragon Palace again after a dozen years. This caused her to feel uneasy, and she gripped her daughter's hand tightly. Lu Yuqin clearly sensed the change in her mother's mind and leaned close to her without a word. In a short while, everything was prepared. There were far more than 200 dragonkin gathered here, but Yuan Wu was clearly very experienced. He picked out 200 dragonkin with decent cultivation and sent the rest away. The dragon descendants who had been dismissed clearly sighed in relief, and the remaining dragon descendants had dim expressions as though they had lost their parents. 500 mortals were also gathered here. Only then did Yuan Wu fly towards Fu Qi to greet him. Standing 100 feet away from him, he cupped his hands and said with a flattering smile, Master, everything is ready. There's no time to lose. Come with me, Fu Qi said, and led the way in front. Yuan Wu turned his head and shouted in a low voice, Everyone follow. If you delay the important matters of Fu Qi's master, You will be executed without mercy." He didn't know why Fuchi wanted 500 mortals, but the dragon race was a big deal on Dragon Island. Naturally, he couldn't be careless about it. When everyone heard this, their expressions turned solemn as they chased after him. In a split second, 700 silhouettes soared into the sky. Most of them were from the Emperor realm. The scene was spectacular. Lu Sanyang was a First-Order Emperor realm master, but Lu Yuqin was only a Saint King. With such a cultivation, she naturally couldn't keep up with the speed of the group. Fortunately, with Li Jiao's help, she didn't fall behind. Li Jiao's impression of Lu Sanyang and her mother was extremely complicated, especially Lu Yuqin. She was the child of Lu Sanyang and the dragon race. No matter how beautiful and cute she was, it was difficult for Li Jiao to have a good impression of her. He even had some resentment towards Lu Sanyang, feeling that he had suffered a great humiliation for no reason. But on the other hand, he also knew that he couldn't blame Lu Sanyang for this. Back then, she just missed him so much that she secretly ran out of the Rui Gate. She wanted to go to the Fire Dragon Palace to find him. Who would have thought that she would be kidnapped by the dragon race halfway and brought to Dragon Island? No one could have predicted this. Lu Sanyang definitely didn't want this to happen. From the fact that she didn't dare to recognize Li Jiao in the beginning, it could be seen that she felt extremely guilty towards Li Jiao. Li Jiao's mood was extremely complicated. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, and his breathing became unstable. Lu Sanyang obviously knew what he was sulking about, so along the way, she just silently followed beside Li Jiao, not saying a word so as not to annoy him. The group of hundreds of people was silent. Everyone was anxious. The dragon descendants were fine. They knew what they were going to do this time. But the 500 mortals were extremely anxious. There had never been a precedent for Dragon Palace to gather mortals. This time, this matter came too suddenly. Some people clearly had good relations with Yuan Wu, and they were beating around the bush to inquire. Unfortunately, what could Yuan Wu know? He was only following Fu Qi's orders to gather mortals. He didn't know what he was going to do next, but facing these people's questions, he was vague and had an unfathomable appearance. This made these people angry, but they couldn't do anything. Along the way, Yang Kai found an opportunity and secretly gave Li Jiao a few bottles of spirit pills. Li Jiao was going to have his blood drained to nurture the dragon blood flower this time. If he didn't prepare early, it might affect his strength. With the help of these bottles of spirit pills, he should be able to safely pass this tribulation. Li Jiao clearly knew that Yang Kai would definitely take out good things, so he didn't refuse. He quietly accepted them and thanked him in his heart. The group left the half-dragon city and flew for half a day. Then, a warm and humid sea breeze blew in their faces. The sound of waves crashing against the reefs entered their ears. Yang Kai looked up and saw an endless sea appear in front of him. At the end of his vision, the sea stretched endlessly. No one knew how big this sea was. This small world actually had a sea. This was out of Yang Kai's expectations. It seemed that this small world was much larger than the reincarnation world. The spirit energy on the sea was especially dense, and the further they flew, the more obvious this situation became. Another half a day later, in the evening, a small island suddenly appeared in front of them. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Sanyang spoke at the right time. "That is the Dragon Palace." "On that island?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Sanyang shook her head and glanced at Li Jiao with her beautiful eyes. Seeing that he didn't pay much attention to her, she sighed in her heart and said with a sad expression, "No, the entire Dragon Palace is made up of many islands. That is just the front of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace is just a general name. Every dragon race has their own island. They don't live together." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He also understood that powerful holy spirits like the dragon race shouldn't be used to living in groups. Each of them was incomparably powerful. When they cultivated, their need for spirit energy was great. Naturally, they couldn't gather together. If that was the case, it wouldn't be good for their growth. Even in a large sect like the Azure Sun Temple, every elder had their own spirit peak, not to mention the dragon race. Those spirit islands were their dragon nests. There seemed to be someone waiting over there. Flying closer, it was a woman and a young girl. At first glance, She looked only 15 or 16 years old. She wasn't much older than Lu Yuqin, but her real age was obviously more than that. The growth of the dragon race was extremely slow. Often, it would take hundreds or thousands of years for them to reach adulthood. So this 15 or 16-year-old appearance was just an appearance. She wore a purple dress, her white arms were exposed. She was full and round, and looked good. However, there was an impatient look between her brows. She had probably waited here for a long time. Seeing Fuqi come over, she shouted, "Why are you only here now? I've been waiting for a long time." Fuqi frowned and said, "It will take some time on the road." Yuanwu stepped forward and bowed his head respectfully. "Greetings, Master Fu Ling." Fu Ling of the dragon race again? Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked at the young girl and frowned. His first impression of this Fu Ling was not very good. There was no other reason other than that there was a trace of insidiousness between her brows. However, looking at Yuanwu, it was clear that he had entered the Dragon Palace many times. He could even talk to this Fu Ling. It could be seen that he was not without support in Half-Dragon City. Fu Ling casually looked at Yuanwu and said disdainfully, "It's you." Seeing that she remembered him, Yuanwu was excited. Just as he was about to say something, Fu Ling did not give him a chance to speak. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, Okay, since you are here, come with me. Huar needs you." When this was said, all the dragon descendants had bitter expressions, including Yuanwu. Although everyone knew that they would encounter such a thing, when it really happened, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fuqi put his hands behind his back and snorted, "All bastards, come with me." Dragon descendants, it was just the title of the beings with the dragon race bloodline in Half-Dragon City. In front of the true dragon race, these so-called dragon descendants were just a group of bastards with impure bloodlines. They were the despicable products of the dragon race after venting their desires. Even if they were related by blood, no dragon race would care about their life and death or their face. If not, Lu Sanyang and her mother would not have been driven out of the dragon palace. After all, no matter what, Lu Yuqin's father was a dragon race, a pure dragon race. The 200 dragon descendants were clearly used to this title. No matter their cultivation, no one dared to show any dissatisfaction. They separated from the crowd and gathered towards Fu Ling. Li Jiao immediately felt uneasy. He slowly moved while looking at Yang Kai. He did not expect that he would be separated from Yang Kai as soon as he came to Dragon Island. He was still hoping to rely on Yang Kai. If they were separated, what could he rely on? Also, compared to himself, he was more worried about Lu Sanyang. Even if he had some resentment towards her, that was in the past. Now that the truth was out, he hated the dragon race that had harmed Lu Sanyang even more. Yang Kai signaled him with his eyes, and Li Jiao understood and nodded subtly. He knew that he did not need to worry about the safety of Lu Sanyang and her mother. With Yang Kai taking care of them, nothing would happen. Yuanwu hurriedly said, "Master, what about these mortals? We have other uses." Fuqi frowned and replied. Yuanwu's eyes turned and he immediately said, "Do you want this lowly one to stay behind and watch? You know that these people, some are not very obedient. If this lowly one stays, maybe I can help." Chapter 30:28. He was just saying it casually. The main reason was that he was really unwilling to nurture the dragon blood flower. He had done this more than once. Every time he nurtured the dragon blood flower, he would be weak for a year and a half. That kind of experience was too painful. Who would have thought that Fuqi would actually nod and agree after thinking about it? "All right, then I'll leave them to you, you bastard. If anything happens, you'll be responsible for it." Yuanwu was stunned and then was overjoyed. "This lowly one will not disappoint, master. Let's go, let's go." On the other side, Fu Ling was already impatiently urging them. The 200 dragon descendants had no choice but to follow behind her, heading towards the spiritual island where the dragon blood flower was nurtured. Before leaving, many people looked at Yuanwu with envy, making him feel very proud. Suddenly, Yuanwu's eyes flashed, and he stared at Li Jiao with a sinister expression. Li Jiao also turned around at this time. When their eyes met, Yuanwu's lips curled, revealing a sinister smile. Previously in Half-Dragon City, he had suffered a great loss at Li Jiao's hands. He had been humiliated in front of so many people, and his face had fallen. Now, the tides had turned. Li Jiao was going to be taken to nurture the dragon blood flower, and he had gotten a good job, being in charge of those 500 mortals. Comparing the two, Yuan Wu was extremely happy. So what if your bloodline is high? So what if your cultivation is high? You still have to be taken to be drained. And that mother and daughter pair had finally fallen into his hands. He was already thinking about how to torture Lu Sanyang and her daughter to vent his anger. Mother and daughter flowers. Although he had played with them before, he had never met such a beautiful mother and daughter pair. This time, he had to find a chance to vent his anger. He turned to look at Lu Sanyang and her daughter, and then looked at Li Jiao provocatively. He laughed sinisterly. His meaning was obvious. But unexpectedly, Li Jiao was indifferent. He only glanced at him coldly, and there was even some ridicule and sympathy in his eyes. What did he mean? Yuan Wu's expression immediately turned cold. After thinking for a while, he still could not understand what Li Jiao meant. Previously, Li Jiao had stood up for Lu Sanyang and her daughter, so their relationship was not bad. But why was this guy indifferent to his provocation? Yuan Wu frowned deeply, his head filled with confusion. Of course, Li Jiao was not worried about Lu Sanyang and her daughter. With Yang Kai by their side, it was fine if Yuan Wu did not provoke them. But if he dared to provoke them, his outcome would be terrible. He believed that Yang Kai would not ignore Lu Sanyang and her daughter. The 200 dragonkin gradually disappeared into the distance. Fuqi turned around and ran in another direction without saying a word. Yuan Wu did not have the time to think about Li Jiao's unusual reaction. He hurriedly shouted, "Follow, follow. Do not delay the matter of Fuqi's master." He was used to using his connections to intimidate others, so his tone was very impolite. No one dared to complain. The 500 people hurriedly galloped forward. When Lu Sanyang and her daughter galloped past, Yuan Wu smiled coldly and immediately approached. Lu Sanyang's body shook, her face slightly pale. Li Jiao had left, and she had no one to rely on. Yuan Wu had a say in the dragon race. If he really bullied her and her daughter, she had no power to resist. She secretly decided that even if she had to fight to the death, she would not let her daughter fall into Yuan Wu's hands. While her daughter was the product of the dragon race's lust, she was the flesh and blood she had carried for 10 months. The reason she had been able to survive all these years was because of Lu Yuqin. If not for this, she would have died long ago. How could she have lived until today? Holding Lu Yuqin in her arms, Lu Sanyang moved slightly to the side, increasing the distance between her and Yuan Wu. How could Yuan Wu let go of this chance? He moved closer to her, clearly wanting to take advantage of her. Lu Sanyang's expression immediately became unnatural. She lowered her head, her face pale. Yuan Wu looked forward. Seeing that Fuqi was flying in front and did not pay much attention to the back, he boldly reached out to grab Lu Sanyang's pretty butt. He had been drooling over Lu Sanyang for a long time. Such a beautiful woman was rare even in Half-Dragon City, not to mention that she had been expelled from the Dragon Palace. She had once had a very close relationship with a member of the dragon race. This gave Yuan Wu a perverse sense of anticipation. Now that he could finally satisfy his craving, he naturally would not miss this chance. But what he did not expect was that he would grab empty air. Yuan Wu's expression darkened. When he turned his head to look, he found that Lu Sanyang, who had been next to him, had run to the other side at some unknown time. A youth in blue clothing was between him and Lu Sanyang. He had just wanted to take advantage of her, but did not notice when this youth had come over. When he looked up, he saw the youth looking at him with a cold expression. This guy did it on purpose? Yuan Wu was instantly annoyed. Because he could speak with the dragon race, his status in Half-Dragon City was very high. Whether it was the human race, the Yao race, or the experts of the dragon race, they would all give him some face. Previously, he had been beaten by Li Jiao in the city, which had already made him furious. He did not expect that at this time, someone would ruin his good fortune. Looking over, Yuan Wu's expression turned cold. He transmitted, "It's you." He also recognized Yang Kai. This youth had been sitting at the same table as Li Jiao. The two clearly had a good relationship. What? That dragon descendant has left, and you want to protect this pair of mother and daughter? Do you think you can protect her with your puny cultivation base? Yuanwu really did not put Yang Kai in his eyes. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had a second-order high-rank dragon vein. He could even fight against an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he could not win, it should not be a problem for him to protect himself. Before, he could not detect Yang Kai's cultivation because Yang Kai did not use his Emperor Qi. At this moment, everyone was flying in the air. With his Emperor Qi, Yang Kai's cultivation could be seen clearly. First-order Emperor Realm. Since when could a First-order Emperor Realm Master challenge him? And he was a human. Yuanwu was so angry that his nose became crooked. He felt that this brat was not putting him in his eyes at all. He was crazy. Yuanwu transmitted his voice darkly. Brat, you have guts. How dare you ruin this king's good fortune? The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he replied, This young master has always had guts. Yuanwu was stunned when he heard this. Obviously, he did not expect Yang Kai to be so unyielding. He thought that Yang Kai was probably thinking about loyalty, so he braced himself and stopped him. If that was the case, Yuanwu could easily scare him away. But not only did Yuanwu's words not scare him away, he even provoked him to speak ill of him. This was a rebellion. In an instant, Yuanwu hated Yang Kai. He secretly planned to find an opportunity to make this brat suffer a fate worse than death. A mere first-order Emperor Realm human dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. If not for Fu Qi being in front of him, he would have immediately attacked. Yuanwu smiled coldly and nodded. Good, very good. Remember your words. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Yang Kai sneered. Don't worry. This young master never regrets anything he does. Too arrogant, too condescending. Yuanwu was immediately enraged. In the entire half-dragon city, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. But today, not only did someone say it to him, he even had an expression that said, What can you do to me? Gritting his teeth, Yuanwu said, Do you think this king won't dare to attack you in front of Master Fu Qi? If that's the case, then you are wrong. Good, come. Yang Kai looked at him sincerely. If you want to attack, then attack. This young master won't fight back. Yuanwu was speechless. He really did not dare to attack. Fu Qi was in front of him. If he attacked for no reason, Fu Qi would be the first to not let him go. He did not think that just because Fu Qi was willing to speak with him, it meant that Fu Qi viewed him favorably. The dragon race was proud. They just disdained to speak with people like him. It was better to have a familiar face than to speak with a stranger. Fu Qi did not have to rely on him. Yuanwu had considered this point very clearly. So when Yang Kai choked, he was so angry his face turned red. He said viciously, Boy, I will remember you. When we reach the island, I will let you see this king's methods. Idiot. Yang Kai glanced coldly at him. Yuanwu was stunned, and then his face turned red. What did you say? Yang Kai's lips moved, and he slowly spat out those two words. Yuanwu almost exploded. At this time, a figure suddenly inserted itself between Yang Kai and Yuanwu. He raised his hands in a salute to Yuanwu, a flattering smile in front of him. His consciousness surged, and it was unknown what he said to Yuanwu. This was a middle-aged man with a sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, and rat eyes. At first glance, one could tell he was not a good person. However, his cultivation was not weak. He was at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he seemed to be from the monster race. The demonic chi on his body was very strong, but it was not very pure. This kind of situation was very normal in the half-dragon city. Dragons were lustful by nature. They had sex with all living things. Not only were human women captured by the Dragon Clan and brought to the Dragon Island, there were also women from the Monster Clan. The offspring of the Monster Clan and the Dragon Clan were often like this. They didn't have the Dragon Clan's bloodline, and their monster chi was not very pure. Coupled with the special situation of Half-Dragon City, where humans and monsters mixed together, it was inevitable that some half-monsters would be born. It was very difficult for such half-monsters to increase their cultivation. A second-order Emperor Realm Master was already very high. While the man was communicating with Yuanwu with his divine sense, he quietly winked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai blinked and laughed secretly, thinking that this half-monster had good intentions. He had obviously noticed the conflict between him and Yuanwu, so he deliberately came to help. Little did he know that Yang Kai did not need him to help at all. Just as Yuanwu did not put Yang Kai in his eyes, how could Yang Kai put him in his eyes? However, as a result, Yang Kai had a good impression of this half-monster. He felt that one really could not judge a book by its cover. Just by looking at this half-monster's face, anyone would think that this guy was gloomy and wretched. He was definitely not a good person. If he were to meet him outside, he would definitely stay as far away as possible, lest he accidentally fall into his trap. Chapter 3029. But who knew that he was such a warm-hearted person? He did not know Yang Kai but was willing to take the risk to help. After all, he could easily offend Yuanwu by doing this. Based on the present situation, would offend Yuanwu bring any good results? This caused Yang Kai's impression of him to improve greatly. But it was strange. While this wretched man had interfered, it was unknown what he had said to Yuanwu, but Yuanwu did not have any intention of blaming him. Instead, they gathered together and communicated through voice transmission. The wretched man's face was full of flattery and fawning. Yuanwu enjoyed this very much. In the following part of the journey, Yuanwu did not make trouble for Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang. Looking ahead, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had been hesitating whether to directly reveal his identity so that it would be easier to find Zhu Qing. After all, he and Zhu Qing had already done the deed of husband and wife. It was natural for him to come and find her. Also, he had the Dragon Island token. However, after seeing Fu Qi and Fu Ling, he faintly felt that it was not a good idea to act rashly. If he really did that, not only would he not be able to see Zhu Qing, but it might also cause some unpredictable consequences. So he decided to act according to the situation. He would first find Zhu Qing. At night, a cool breeze blew. The sky was dotted with stars. An island suddenly appeared in everyone's vision. They couldn't see it clearly, but the island was definitely not small. Moreover, the spirit qi on the island was not only rich but also incomparably pure. It was very suitable for martial artists to cultivate here. Yang Kai examined the island and was secretly shocked that the cultivation environment on Dragon Island was so outstanding. No wonder none of the dragon race he encountered were lower than the Emperor realm. Regardless of whether Fu Qi and Fu Ling's dragon veins were high or not, their cultivation had reached the level of the Emperor realm. This was not strange. The dragon race were holy spirits, and they occupied such a good little world. It would be strange if they were not strong. Mother! Suddenly, Lu Yuqin's low voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and frowned. He found that Lu Sanyang's condition was not quite right. His whole body was trembling, and his lips were tightly pursed. His lips were pale and bloodless. It was obvious that Lu Yuqin had noticed her mother's abnormality, so she called out with concern. "Mother, what's wrong?" Lu Yuqin asked softly. "No, nothing." Lu Sanyang shook his head. "Mother, are you feeling unwell? Why are you so cold?" "No, it's probably because of the wind." Lu Sanyang reached out and hugged her daughter tightly. Lu Yuqin looked at her mother in confusion, half believing and half doubting. She did not know what was wrong with her mother. She had been trembling so badly just now, and it was becoming more and more obvious. Yang Kai also realized that Lu Sanyang's explanation was obviously just an excuse. She was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could she become like this just because of the wind? This explanation could only fool the ignorant Lu Yuqin. After silently observing her for a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he looked at the island not far away. He could roughly guess why Lu Sanyang had such a reaction. She was captured by a member of the dragon race and imprisoned on Dragon Island for 200 to 300 years. It was only when Lu Yuqin was born more than 10 years ago that she was expelled. So, the place where the dragon race who captured her lived must be a nightmare for her. Along the way, they passed by several islands. Lu Sanyang did not have much of a reaction. However, when the island in front of them came into view, Lu Sanyang's state suddenly became a little strange. The reason was obvious. That island was the place where she had stayed for 200 to 300 years. After more than 10 years, Lu Sanyang was inevitably reminded of the painful memories of the past when she saw this nightmare again. Naturally, she would have some reaction. Her mind was in turmoil, and even her flight became a little unstable. Her body swayed, scaring Lu Yuqin so much that her face turned pale. Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi and wrapped the mother and daughter in it, stabilizing them. "Thank you." Lu Sanyang nodded and thanked him. Yang Kai replied, "Since Li Jiao entrusted you to me, I will take care of you. You don't have to worry too much." Lu Sanyang was silent for a while before she spoke. "I haven't asked little brother's name yet." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lu Sanyang said, "So it's little brother Yang. Are you familiar with Big Brotherly?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Very familiar. We are as close as brothers, so his matters are my matters. Big sister Lu, you don't have to be so polite." Yang Kai naturally knew what to say at what time. Lu Sanyang was deeply in love with Li Jiao and had not forgotten him even after so many years. Yang Kai naturally would not embarrass Li Jiao in front of her. He couldn't tell her that Li Jiao had been bullied by him recently, right? That would be too rude of him. It was just a few words of praise, so there was no loss in moving his lips. Hearing this, Lu Sanyang smiled. Although Big Brother Li has a monster race bloodline, he is still a very good person. He especially likes to stand up for injustice and is very kind to others. As she spoke, she seemed to recall something, and a smile appeared on her face. With this interruption, her condition really improved a lot, and her trembling was not as bad as before. Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, how could Li Jiao get such an evaluation? Sure enough, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. In Lu Sanyang's opinion, Li Jiao was probably a good person everywhere. Even his fart would be fragrant. A few days ago, when he came to the High Heaven Palace with Ji Ying to cause trouble, he was jumping up and down fiercely. How could he have a kind face? At that time, Yang Kai really wanted to slap him to death. However, in front of Lu Sanyang, Yang Kai naturally would not say that. He could only follow along with her words, Big Sister Lu is right. Although I haven't known Big Brother Li for long, a friend in need is a friend indeed. He has helped me a lot. Whether it was looking for Zhu Qing or coming to Dragon Island this time, Li Jiao had put in a lot of effort. This was something Yang Kai would not deny. Lu Sanyang smiled and said, he is a person who loves to help the weak. If it weren't for him back then, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. How could I live until now? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He knew that in Big Sister Lu's eyes, he was probably the target of Li Jiao's help the weak. Yang Kai couldn't blame her for thinking this way. He was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, just like her, while Li Jiao was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. If they were together and something happened, Li Jiao would definitely be the one to take the lead. This was a normal judgment. She took it for granted, and Yang Kai was too lazy to explain. After chatting with her like this, Lu Sanyang's mood calmed down a lot. When facing Yang Kai, she did not feel so much pressure. Their cultivations were about the same, so Lu Sanyang could naturally relax. On the other hand, when facing Li Jiao, she felt guilty and was very careful. This is a pitiful person. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. As she spoke, Lu Sanyang suddenly stopped talking. Her body trembled again, and her eyes trembled as she looked forward. Yang Kai looked and was speechless, because Fu Qi was actually flying straight towards the island in front of them. It seemed that island was his destination. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? There were countless spirit islands in the sea. The dragon race was scattered and far away from each other. No one would have thought that Fu Qi would bring them to the island where Lu Sanyang had stayed before. Since Yang Kai had already guessed it, he naturally would not ignore it. He quietly sent a message, Big Sister Lu, when we get on the island, follow me closely. Don't be separated from me. He did not know if Lu Sanyang heard it or not. In any case, she did not react at all. As the distance got closer, her expression became worse and worse. Finally, the group landed on the island behind Fu Qi. Yang Kai's previous observation was not wrong. Fu Qi's target was this island. The dragon race should be living on this island, because there were many palaces on the other side of the island. Although it was already late at night, the lights in the palaces flickered. It was unknown what the people inside were doing. When they reached the place, Fu Qi waved his hand, and Yuan Wu immediately ran over, nodding and bowing. Fu Qi's face was cold. He said a few words in a low voice, then took out a space ring and threw it to Yuanwu. Yuanwu's face became bitter. He clearly looked troubled. Fu Qi ignored him and charged into the sky. His body flashed, and he turned into a green dragon more than 100 feet long. He dove into the sea and disappeared. Master Fu Qi, Master Fu Qi, Yuanwu shouted. If you cannot complete the 1-month deadline, you will all die. A dragon's roar came from the depths of the sea, causing everyone's expression to change. No one knew what they had been brought here for. How could they calm down when they heard this? 1-month deadline? What was a 1-month deadline? What were they going to do in 1 month? No one knew that after a moment of silence, chattering sounds could be heard. Fu Qi had left. Everyone was a resident of Half-Dragon City. At this time, there was nothing to be worried about. A few of the stronger people of the Emperor Realm gathered around Yuanwu. Brother Yuan, why did the dragon race call us here? Yes, what do they want us to do? Then what is the 1-month deadline? Brother Yuan, do you know something? If you know, hurry up and tell us. Brother Yuan, you can't be selfish. Right now, we're all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. We have to work together. Yes, if we cannot complete the dragon race's task, the consequences will be unthinkable. The group of people kept talking. Yuanwu's head was about to explode. There was no way around it. This matter concerned their own lives. Who dared to not care? Since Fu Qi said a 1-month deadline, then a 1-month deadline. If they could not satisfy his request, not to mention 500 people here, even 5,000 people would be killed. The dragon race always kept their word, especially on this kind of matter. Yuanwu's expression was twisted to the extreme. It was too late for regret. If he had known earlier, he would have followed Fu Ling to cultivate the dragonblood flower. Now, he had encountered a troublesome matter. It was more dangerous than cultivating the dragonblood flower. What a sin. Why was he so unlucky? Chapter 30:30. There was still a lot of noise around them. Yuanwu endured it for a while before he could no longer bear it and shouted, "Shut up, all of you!" The scene immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at him. Yuanwu coldly swept his gaze over everyone. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "I know a little about the general situation, but I am not too clear. Wait until I investigate it thoroughly." Saying so, he picked up the space ring that Fu Qi had thrown to him before and carefully examined it. Everyone stared at his reaction. Yuanwu's expression was first shocked, then joyful, and then sunk again. After a few changes, he regained his bitter expression. He shook his hand and suddenly took out something that looked like an animal's skin from the space ring and looked at it carefully. The moment he saw it, he let out a low cry. The people from the Emperor realm around him could not help but gather around him. When they saw what was on the animal's skin, their expressions changed. What is this? It looks like a palace. The scale is quite large. It seems that even the materials used for construction have specific requirements. What do you mean? Are we supposed to build a palace? No way. Why would the dragon race need to build a palace? I've never heard of the dragon race having requirements in this area. Incredible, incredible. If this palace is built, I'm afraid there won't be a second one in the entire star boundary. Azure gold purple copper, icy soul snow jade, heavenly crystal meteorite. Hiss, these are all materials used to refine emperor artifacts. This, are they really going to be used to build a palace? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? When they saw what was on the animal skin blueprint, the people from the Emperor realm could not remain calm and their expressions changed. Those who were gathered around and could not see the blueprint clearly had their eyes wide open. Their faces were full of disbelief as their faces twitched. Azure gold purple copper? Icy soul snow jade? Heavenly crystal meteorite? One after another, extremely impactful nouns reverberated like thunder in their ears, shocking them so much that they couldn't regain their senses. Although they had been living on the Dragon Island and had never interacted with the outside world, it didn't mean that they didn't know what was good for them. There were alchemists and blacksmiths in the Half-Dragon City, and there was no lack of cultivation materials on the Dragon Island. As long as they didn't go to the Dragon Palace, they could still move around freely in this small world. Therefore, they knew very well what these materials represented. These things were all extremely rare artifact refining materials, and any one of them was priceless and extremely difficult to find. If someone from the Emperor realm could obtain some of these materials, it would be of great help to the improvement of their Emperor artifacts. But now, according to the voice in his ear, these precious and rare materials were actually used to build a palace? Was it true? Everyone was suspicious, not daring to believe what they had just heard. In an instant, everyone's eyes gathered on Yuanwu, wanting him to give an answer. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. After all, if this was really the case, then this was too big of a deal. Even the sects of the great emperors couldn't do such a thing. Could the Dragon Island really do it? Yuanwu had been observing the beast skin blueprint. After a while, he put it away and swept his gaze over everyone. His gloomy gaze paused on Yang Kai for a moment before he said loudly, "The dragon race has given us a very difficult task." As soon as he said this, everyone exploded. It can't be? Are we really going to build a palace? And what materials are we going to use to build it? Building a palace isn't a problem. We have so many people. No matter how big the palace is, we can definitely finish it in a month. But the key is the materials. Yes, where are we going to find these materials? If we can't find the materials, how are we going to build the palace? The dragon race is forcing us to our deaths. Sure, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the dragon palace. Be careful that the walls have ears. The crowd began to discuss again. Yuanwu's expression was extremely ugly. After a while, he continued to speak. You are right. The dragon race wants us to build a palace, and an extremely grand one at that. This king just took a look. If this palace is completed, it will occupy an area of over 100 acres. A wave of gasps sounded. Over 100 acres? How big was this island? If it was over 100 acres, it would occupy almost a tenth of this island. They had thought that they had enough people, but when they heard that it was over 100 acres, they were all dumbfounded. Was this still a fucking palace? This was a city, right? Yuanwu pointed at the center of the island and said loudly, "The palace is over there. The dragon race has basically been planned. We only need to act according to the plan." Seeing that the crowd was about to become restless again, Yuanwu pressed down with his hand and said in a low voice, "This king knows what everyone is worried about. It is nothing more than the materials. The Dragon Island has prepared the materials." He raised the ring on his hand high up. "It is all in here." When these words were said, everyone was stunned. Then, a wave of gasps sounded. So the dragon race has already prepared. That really scared me to death. Yes, if we have to find those materials ourselves, I think everyone should just kill themselves. That's more like it. But I have long heard that the dragon race is rich. Only now do I know that the rumors are true. Yes, so many materials are only used to build a palace. This is too exaggerated and wasteful. If they could give me some, keep dreaming. Who dares to embezzle the things in the ring? If they really did that, they wouldn't even know when they died. That's true. Heh, I was just saying. Just as everyone relaxed, Yuanwu smiled coldly. It is not that this seed is pouring cold water on everyone, but the materials in the ring are not enough for the temporary residents. There is still a large gap, and we need to mine it ourselves. What? This time, everyone was shocked. In just a few words, the ups and downs of their mood were too frequent. Everyone was unable to accept it. The materials in the ring were not enough? They had to mine it themselves? So many precious materials, where would they go to mine them? These materials were things that could only be encountered and not sought. Yuanwu said, "No need to worry. There are a few spiritual islands in the Dragon Palace that produce these materials, so we only need to mine them." Everyone's tense mood relaxed again. If that was the case, then it was fine. They were afraid that the dragon race would ask them to find the materials themselves. These precious materials were rare outside. Where would they go to find them? Now that they heard that the nearby spiritual islands produced them, they were not so worried. Everyone could not help but criticize Yuanwu. They felt that this guy was not very kind. He spoke halfway and caused them to be shocked. "Master Yuanwu, may I ask why the dragon race wants us to build such a palace?" Someone suddenly asked. This was also the question in everyone's mind. They had coexisted with the dragon race in this small world for countless years. There had never been a precedent for such a thing. In the past, although the dragon race would occasionally go to Half-Dragon City, most of them were to find dragon descendants to cultivate dragon blood flowers. This time, they were suddenly asked to build a palace. It was strange. When did the dragon race pay attention to this? And they had paid such a great price. Just from the size of this palace and the materials needed, this was definitely not for an ordinary dragon race to live in. Perhaps it was the palace of a few great elders of the dragon race. This conjecture made people uneasy. They knew that if this matter was messed up, the 500 people here would not survive. This king also wants to know, Yuanwu said angrily. Yuanwu replied exasperatedly. He had been in a bad mood today. First, he had been beaten and lost face. Then, he had received such a difficult task. He had been suppressing his anger, and now, he had found a reason to vent it all at once. The person who asked the question was a third-layer D-realm human. But after being scolded by Yuanwu, he only gave an embarrassed grunt and did not dare to say anything more. There was nothing to be done. In this small world, even if his cultivation was higher than Yuanwu's, he did not dare to be his enemy. Not to mention the humans and Yao. All the dragon descendants acted according to his whims. Now, he was using the dragon race's feathers as a command arrow. There was no benefit in provoking him. Yuanwu's gloomy gaze swept around. He took a deep breath and said, "The situation is very serious. This king will not say anything more. I'm sure everyone knows that for a palace like this, with only 500 of us, to complete it within a month, we will have to do our best and even put our lives on the line." These words were not false. If it was just a palace that covered an area of 100 acres, it wouldn't be a problem for the 500 people present. There were hundreds of Emperor Realm masters here, so how difficult could it be to build a palace? The key was that the dragon race had specified the materials. It had to be known that these materials were all precious Emperor-level materials. Each of these materials was incomparably strong. If one wanted to mine these materials and grind them into a specific shape, it would require a lot of manpower and resources. Not to mention anything else, just that piece of green gold and purple copper, which was the size of a palm, would take half a day to melt. Everyone recognized the difficulty of this task. They all closed their mouths and had solemn expressions. Only Yang Kai was calm. He looked around and did not care about this matter at all. He had come to Dragon Island to find Zhu Qing, not to be a laborer. As long as he could find a chance to meet Zhu Qing, he did not care about anything else. A gaze suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai looked over and saw the guy with the protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks smiling at him. When their eyes met, this person nodded lightly. Yang Kai had a good impression of him. Just now, he had come to help when he had a conflict with Yuanwu. It could be seen that he was a chivalrous person. Regardless of whether Yang Kai needed it or not, he had to accept this favor. So seeing him gesture at him, Yang Kai also smiled at him. It was a kind of goodwill transmission. On the other side, Yuanwu accidentally discovered Yang Kai's small action and immediately became angry. He was worried about what would happen in a month. Yang Kai had a calm expression and was at ease. Why? Chapter 30-31. Adding on the friction with Yang Kai just now, new and old grudges surged. Yuanwu's expression suddenly darkened. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, "You, go mine the icy soul snow jade for me. If you do not mine 500 caddies a day, I will teach you a lesson." Shwa shwa shwa. Everyone's gazes turned towards Kai Yang, their gazes filled with sympathy. Not many people had paid attention to the small friction between Yang Kai and Yuanwu. They only knew that this youth was with the dragon descendant who had beaten Yuanwu. Now that Yuanwu had called him out, he would definitely be implicated. Of course, this was an unexpected calamity. If it was any other task, it would be fine. It was hard work, but it did not matter much. Even more importantly, mining the icy soul snow jade was a dangerous matter. The place where the icy soul snow jade was born was extremely cold. Even in the Emperor realm, if they stayed there for a long time, they might get frostbite or even die. Also, the icy soul snow jade was very hard. Mining 500 caddies a day? This was simply an impossible task. Yuanwu was clearly purposefully looking for trouble. Everyone knew. Yuanwu did not hide it and sneered inside. "Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Daring to look down on me? daring to oppose me, this is the result. He was still thinking about Lu Sanyang and his daughter. He felt that as long as he sent Yang Kai away, he could do whatever he wanted. Thinking about it this way, the task he took today was not a hard one. At the very least, he could command the 500 people present. He was in a good mood and his vanity was bursting. Anyway, for a month from today, he would be the king here. Everyone would have to listen to him obediently. As to whether he could mine 500 caddies of icy soul snow jade in a day, that was not something Yuan Wu needed to consider. It would be good if he could mine it, but if he could not, then he would have an excuse to take care of Yang Kai and let him know the consequences of offending him. Yuan Wu felt that Yang Kai could not complete this task. He was already thinking about how to torture and humiliate him to vent his anger. The others clearly saw Yuan Wu's plan. Their hearts jumped and their expressions changed. Previously, they had been shocked at the cost of the dragon race and the difficulty of building the palace. Now that they heard that Yuan Wu had given Yang Kai a mission, everyone suddenly woke up. Mining the icy soul snow jade was not an easy job. No one was willing to do it. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. Right now, Yuan Wu held great power. If he wanted to avoid such a dangerous mission, he had to have a good relationship with Yuan Wu. The mining of the icy soul snow jade was definitely not something that could be done by one person. At the very least, it would require 20 to 30 people. With that thought in mind, someone immediately said, "Brother Yuan, my cultivation method just happens to be suitable for mining the azure gold purple copper. Leave this matter to me." They were both mining, but the difficulty and danger of mining lapis lazuli purple copper and icy soul snow jade were on a completely different level. That person naturally rushed to take on the job. "Yes, I also feel that I'm suitable to mine lapis lazuli purple copper." Hee, Lu feels that mining the celestial crystal meteorite sand is more suitable for me. Brother Yuan, look, more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm gathered around, all of them taking the initiative to take on the mining work. It was very lively. A smug expression appeared on Yuan Wu's face. He increasingly felt that he had the foresight to take on such a good job. His previous complaints had long disappeared. Although he was arrogant and domineering in Half-Dragon City and did whatever he wanted, he had never experienced the glory of having such power in his hands. Now that he had finally satisfied his craving, he felt that this trip had not been in vain. But he did not pay attention to those people's requests. Those in power had to have the air of power. If he had to agree to anyone's suggestion, how could he show his wisdom? They could make suggestions, but the final decision had to be in his hands. He had to decide who would mine the icy soul snow jade, who would mine the azure gold purple copper, and who would mine the celestial crystal meteorite sand. He just looked coldly at Yang Kai, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He snorted, "Boy, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Yang Kai glanced at him, then retracted his gaze and looked into the depths of the sea. Where is Zhu Qing? He had seen some spirit islands on the way here. Lu Sanyang had also said that the dragon race lived separately. Zhu Qing must also live on one of the spirit islands in the vast sea. But the key was that he did not know which spirit island Zhu Qing lived on. He had to find out first. Impudent. Yuan Wu was furious when he saw that Yang Kai did not give him any face. It was fine that the dragon descendant did not give him any face. The dragon descendant's cultivation was higher than his, and his dragon bloodline grade was higher than his. He was indeed not his opponent. But who do you think you are? A trivial first-order Emperor realm human dared to show him such disrespect. You don't know what you're talking about. Yuan Wu was at the peak of his glory. How could he allow Yang Kai to ruin his prestige? With a low shout, he raised his hand and slapped down at Yang Kai. A huge cyan palm print suddenly appeared in the sky and slammed down. Yuan Wu did not use his full strength in this attack. After all, he did not want to kill Yang Kai. Not to mention the difficulty of the task, one less person meant one less strength. The 1-month deadline had made it hard for him to breathe. What's more, he did not want to let Yang Kai off so easily. He had already transferred his hatred for Li Jiao's humiliation to Yang Kai. How could he give up if he did not thoroughly humiliate him? He could not defeat Li Jiao. Whether it was cultivation or dragon bloodline, he could not compare to him. Naturally, he could only take a step back. Don't you have a good relationship with the dragon descendant? Don't you want to protect that pair of mother and daughter? This king wants to see if you have the ability. So, Yuanwu only used half of his strength in this attack. But it was enough. He was a dragon descendant, and his cultivation was also at the second-order Emperor realm. His opponent was just a first-order Emperor realm human. Even if he only used half of his strength, he was not someone he could contend against. This palm strike would definitely break the boy's bones and break his tendons. Be careful. Lu Sanyang cried out in alarm, her beautiful face turning pale. Ever since she came to this island, her condition had been a bit off. She looked nervous and her face was pale. She did not pay attention to the conflict between Yang Kai and Yuanwu, and only cried out when Yuanwu suddenly attacked. As she spoke, Lu Sanyang's body moved, her emperor chi surging. Obviously, she wanted to block this attack for Yang Kai. She was not Yuanwu's opponent, but if she joined forces with Yang Kai, they might be able to contend with Yuanwu. At the very least, they would be able to block this palm strike. At worst, she would take the initiative to apologize to Yuanwu and turn a big problem into a small one. Her thoughts were naive and simple, but she did not expect Yang Kai to suddenly grab her. She did not even feel Yang Kai use any strength, but her emperor chi was suddenly suppressed, and she could not even move her body. Lu Sanyang's beautiful eyes instantly widened. She could not react to what had happened. The masters gathered around slowly shook their heads, secretly feeling that Yang Kai was in big trouble. This guy was really unlucky. He had offended Yuanwu just because he was with that dragon descendant. His future days would be difficult. They were not related to Yang Kai, and had never even met him before. Of course, some people sympathized with Yang Kai, but at this time, they would not help him. Everyone could see that Yuanwu was the one they needed to curry favor with. Offending Yuanwu for a stranger they did not know, who would do such a thing? Everyone could almost imagine the miserable state Yang Kai and the others would be in. They made up their minds that they could not offend Yuanwu, or they would not be able to return alive in a month. In the blink of an eye, the huge cyan palm print had already landed on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai did not move at all. His expression did not change as though he had been scared silly. It wasn't until the palm print was about to land that Yang Kai gently raised his hand, his emperor chi surging in his palm as a mysterious principal strength surged out. He raised his hand slightly and pressed it against the blue hand. Crack! There seemed to be the sound of something shattering. The huge cyan palm print suddenly split into pieces, turning into specks of fluorescent light and dissipating. Yuanwu was stunned. Lu Sanyang was stunned. Everyone was stunned. No one knew how Yang Kai had resolved this attack. He seemed to have only gently raised his hand, and Yuanwu's sure-win attack had collapsed. Was this real? Was this a joke? Had Yuanwu underestimated the enemy too much? Most people thought so. After all, Yuanwu's strength was there for all to see. Yang Kai's cultivation was one level lower than his. Even if Yuanwu had not used his full power, it was not something that Yang Kai could match. The only explanation was that Yuanwu had underestimated the enemy, so his attack had been resolved. However, there were also a few people who narrowed their eyes slightly as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement, their eyes flashing with disbelief. Previously, they had not paid attention to Yang Kai because he had nothing to pay attention to, but now, it was different. Just that casual move just now was enough for Yang Kai to enter the field of vision of a few experts. This youth was not a soft persimmon. He had been able to resolve the initial element marshal's attack, not just because Yuanwu had underestimated the enemy. On the other side, Yuanwu was stunned for a moment. His expression suddenly changed. He had wanted to establish his prestige, but who knew that not only did this move not have the effect of establishing his prestige, but it also made him feel like he had been slapped in the face. He immediately shouted angrily, courting death. Burning with anger, the dragon scales under his neck suddenly deepened in color. A faint dragon pressure spread out, and his second-order Emperor Realm aura was pushed to the peak. Yang Kai's resistance had undoubtedly angered him. He had only planned to take care of Yang Kai a little to make him understand the situation, so that he would be obedient in the future. But now, he planned to use all his strength to teach him a lesson. I'll beat him half to death first. He secretly decided in his heart. Before he could do anything else, his eyes suddenly blurred and a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Yuan Wu was startled. When he looked over, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who was still some distance away from him, had somehow appeared in front of him, only 3 steps away. What's going on? Chapter 30-32. Yuan Wu did not see how Yang Kai had pounced over it all. His speed was too fast. The few masters who had been paying attention to Yang Kai also narrowed their eyes, their faces filled with shock. Because of Yang Kai's casual palm strike, their attention had been on Yang Kai, so they naturally saw it more clearly than the others. Even so, they could not completely grasp Yang Kai's movements. It seemed like an afterimage had flashed by, and Yang Kai had changed his position. Yuan Wu also came back to his senses at this time, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched straight at Yang Kai's face. This was almost an instinctive reaction. However, when his fist was still in midair, he suddenly cried out in alarm, and his expression turned extremely ugly, because at that moment, he suddenly discovered that the left eye of the young man opposite him had turned into a golden slit. That golden slit did not have the slightest emotion, but was filled with majesty and shock, as if a god was looking down from above. When their eyes met, his mind went into a trance. He could only faintly see a budding lotus flower rushing into his mind. Intense pain spread from his knowledge, and spread throughout his body, causing him to scream and tremble. This aggressive punch could no longer go on. But he was still a master, and after such a sudden change, he immediately knew that he had been tricked by Yang Kai. The cultivation of the young man opposite him was not high, only the first-order emperor realm, but the power of his spiritual energy made him tremble in fear. The secret technique attack that came from his soul felt like it was going to tear his knowledge sea apart. Yuan Wu bit the tip of his tongue, and the pain caused him to sober up for a moment. He clenched his fists, and 2 bolts of lightning appeared, turning into thunderbolts that shot towards Yang Kai. The two were very close, and Yuan Wu did not hold back at all in this attack. Its power was immense, and the dazzling lightning almost illuminated half the sky. But an inconceivable scene appeared. The lightning shot through Yang Kai's body, but it did not cause any harm to him. Instead, it passed through his back and hit empty air. See, Yuan Wu sucked in a breath of cold air, almost unable to believe his eyes. How could he dodge such a sudden attack at such a close distance? No, he didn't dodge it. It was as if his attack had no effect at all. But how was that possible? The lightning had clearly hit him. Yuan Wu had seen it clearly. Not only did Yuan Wu not understand this question, the others also did not understand. They were all dumbfounded. Just as everyone was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed Yuan Wu's neck. His movements were not fast. In the eyes of others, he was as slow as a snail. Yuan Wu could have easily dodged, but Yuan Wu could not and was caught by him. Yuan Wu's eyes bulged. He felt an enormous force come from his neck, as though it was going to crush his neck. Not only that, the faint dragon presence he had activated was suppressed in an instant, as though it had encountered Nemesis. The most obvious change was that the dragon scales on his neck had become faint again. Bloodline suppression? Yuan Wu's heart skipped a beat. He had a similar experience when he was attacked by Li Jiao during the day. The suppression from his bloodline caused him to only be able to use 80% of his strength, which was why he was unable to fight back against Li Jiao. Otherwise, with his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, even if he could not defeat Li Jiao, he could at least exchange a few moves. How could it be so one-sided? But what was going on with this human? Yuan Wu did not feel any dragon race aura from him at all. He was not a dragon descendant, so how could he use his bloodline to suppress him? What made him even more frightened was that this suppression was even more terrifying than during the day. During the day, the dragon descendant only had a third-order mid-rank dragon vein. Even if there was some suppression, it was not strong. He could still use 80% of his strength. But now, with this young man grabbing his neck, his strength was suppressed by more than 50%. His emperor chi flowed obscurely in his meridians, and he could not use his strength at all. It was as if he had a serious illness, and his whole body was soft. What the hell? The big hand on his neck was like an iron clamp that tightly bound him. Yuan Wu could not even breathe properly, and his face instantly turned red. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators also fell to the ground. What was the meaning of this? Everyone felt that they did not understand. Wasn't Yuan Wu a second-order Emperor Realm Master? Wasn't he a dragon descendant? How could he be so easily grabbed by a first-order Emperor Realm human? What was going on? Even if he underestimated the enemy, he should not have done this. And looking at Yuan Wu's shocked expression, it was obviously not just because he underestimated the enemy. He seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Was this young man so powerful? Many people could not understand. On the other hand, the strongest experts looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Sanyang did not understand the situation. Seeing that Yang Kai actually dared to attack Yuan Wu, and even grabbed Yuan Wu's neck, she immediately changed her expression and said, "Brother Yang, little brother Yang, don't let him go." She was not pleading for mercy for Yuan Wu, but she felt that Yang Kai was too reckless. Now that Yuan Wu was in power, how could he have a good end if he really offended him? Mining ice soul snow jade was a dangerous job, but as long as one was careful, they would not lose their lives. Now, they had completely offended Yuan Wu. How were they going to survive this month? It was not that she did not have good eyesight, but Yang Kai had his back to her and happened to be blocking Yuan Wu, so she really could not see the situation. When she said this, many people looked at her with strange expressions. Lu Sanyang was shocked. She didn't know what they meant. "Do you want to live or die?" Yang Kai looked at Yuan Wu and asked lightly. Although Yuan Wu was shocked by Yang Kai's strength, he did not want to lose face. Not to mention, he was the person who was personally appointed by Fu Qi to be in charge of building the palace, so he felt that Yang Kai could not kill him no matter what. He had already lost face. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yuan Wu said coldly, "Let go of this seat, or else you will die without a burial place." Yang Kai immediately smiled. He looked at him and said, "It seems that you want to die. Since that is the case, then I will fulfill your wish." As he spoke, his expression turned cold. He suddenly channeled the power in his hand, and killing intent rolled like a tide. With a soft crack, Yuan Wu felt that the bones in his neck had been broken. He jumped in fright. He had not thought that Yang Kai would actually dare to kill him, and it did not look like he was faking it. This guy really wanted to kill him? Where did this person come from, to dare to be so impudent on Dragon Island? This was unreasonable. Was he not afraid that the dragon race would find him? Regardless of whether the dragon race would find him after this matter, if he did not compromise, he would die without a burial place. At the moment of life and death, Yuan Wu did not dare to hesitate. He said with difficulty, "Spare me." Begging for mercy? The hundreds of people around were in an uproar. They were all stunned. A second-order Emperor Realm Master being grabbed by the neck by a first-order without being able to resist was inconceivable. What's more, it was a dragon descendant against a human. Now, Yuan Wu was actually begging for mercy, which was even more unacceptable. After all, in Half-Dragon City, the status of a dragon descendant was not something that could be compared to human or monster beasts. Regardless of cultivation, as long as one was a dragon descendant, their status was much higher. This was the first time that everyone had seen a dragon descendant bow to a human, and a second-order high-rank dragon descendant with a second-order Emperor Realm bloodline. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Of the 500 people present, except for Yuan Wu who was a dragon descendant, the rest were all human, monster, or half-monster beasts. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked, feeling that the resentment in their hearts after so many years had finally been vented. They were indeed unwilling to offend a dragon descendant, and some people had even bowed their heads to flatter Yuan Wu before, but this did not mean that they had a good impression of the dragon descendant. It was undeniable that some dragon descendants were very reasonable, but even more dragon descendants felt superior to others in Half-Dragon City, and they were even more arrogant when dealing with non-dragon descendants. They never put these non-dragon descendants in their eyes. Yuan Wu was the best example. Now that they saw Yuan Wu bow his head and beg for mercy, they felt a sense of pride for no reason. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Yang Kai raised his other hand and gently patted Yuanwu's face a few times. Although it did not hurt or itch, the slapping sounds made Yuanwu want to find a hole to crawl into. He also wanted face. Yang Kai's actions were equivalent to slapping his face in public. How could he stand here in the future? Yuanwu was furious in his heart, but he did not dare to show it on his face. Don't provoke me again, there won't be a next time. Yang Kai swung his hand fiercely and sent Yuanwu flying. Yuanwu landed miserably on the ground, his hand covering his throat as he coughed violently. It sounded extremely tragic, as though he was going to spit out his guts. The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked dazedly at Yang Kai, including Lu Sanyang. At this time, how could she not know what had happened? This little brother called Yang Kai had humiliated Yuanwu, and it was a suppression in strength? She was not surprised that Brother Li could do such a thing. She knew Li Jiao very well. But what was going on with this little brother Yang? Where did Brother Li get to know this monster? This was too inconceivable, right? Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai walked to the side and came to the sea. He looked into the distance, his brow furrowed. He did not care about the small conflict with Yuanwu. What he needed to consider now was how to find news of Zhu Qing and confirm her location. But because of Yang Kai's disturbance, the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Originally, Yuanwu was arrogant and had great power in his hands. Everyone had to act according to his mood, but now that he had been slapped in the face by Yang Kai in front of everyone, how could he still have the face to order others around? Anger roiled inside, but he was not as skilled as the other. He could only swallow his words, his mouth full of bitterness. Master Yuan, are you all right? But at this time, someone went to find him. Everyone looked and saw a person with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks walk to Yuanwu's side and carefully help him up. Yang Kai frowned when he heard the voice. He looked back and found that person was the middle-aged man who had helped him out. Chapter 3033. Yuanwu's face was ashen. After being helped up by the middle-aged man, he coughed violently for a while before saying bitterly, "I'm fine." He glared at Yang Kai with hatred, but when he met Yang Kai's gaze, he quickly dodged. After experiencing what had just happened, he didn't dare to challenge Yang Kai anymore. He could only suppress this resentment in his heart and hope to repay it in the future. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said with a flattering smile, "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. We still need Master to oversee the construction of the palace in the future. If something really happened, what would we do? We don't have a backbone." His flattery caused many people to cast sidelong glances at him, wondering how this guy could be so shameless. But like this, Yuanwu's expression improved a lot, feeling that he had regained some face. The middle-aged man said again, "Master, if there really isn't a candidate, then leave the matter of mining the ice soul snow jade to me. What do you think?" Yuanwu was taken aback and turned to look at him, sizing him up seriously for the first time. The rest of the people were also stunned and had strange expressions. Everyone knew how dangerous mining the ice soul snow jade was, so no one was willing to take the initiative to take this job. They all took the initiative to suggest taking on other tasks because they were afraid that Yuanwu would assign this matter to them. The middle-aged man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so everyone believed that he was also aware of this. But what was he doing? It was clearly dangerous, so why was he taking the initiative? Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Even if he wanted to flatter, he shouldn't play around with his own life. For a moment, everyone looked at the middle-aged man as if they were looking at a fool. The middle-aged man didn't seem to notice and smiled slightly. "Of course, I'm just saying. As for the specific choice, it's up to Master to decide." As soon as he said this, Yuanwu had a good impression of this middle-aged man. He had already lost face because of Yang Kai, and the first task assigned to him was thrown out and humiliated. This was a huge blow to his prestige, and it was very likely that it would affect his position in the hearts of these 500 people. But at this time, there was still someone supporting him. How could Yuanwu not be grateful? And this guy's words were very appropriate and gave him a lot of face. Looking at him deeply, Yuanwu asked, "What's your name?" He didn't recognize the other party and vaguely didn't remember that there was such a guy in Half-Dragon City. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. After all, such a strange appearance. He always left a deep impression. The middle-aged man smiled. This little Wu Chen. Good you. Yuan Wu reached out and patted Wu Chen's shoulder. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely assistance. This Wu Chen was undoubtedly here to provide timely assistance. Even though the two had never met before and were not familiar with each other, from this moment on, Wu Chen's position in Yuan Wu's heart was already much higher than the others. He nodded and said, "Then I will leave the matter of mining the icy soul snow jade to you. Is 30 people enough?" Wu Chen stilled and had a surprised expression. Then he was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." When the rest of the people heard this, they all looked towards Wu Chen with incomparable envy, secretly regretting their actions. If they had known earlier, how could they have just stood to the side and watched the show? They would have long rushed up and asked about his well-being. But now, Wu Chen had only said a few words and had obtained Yuan Wu's high regard. He could be considered a small leader among the 500 people, and had even been assigned by Yuan Wu to be in charge of mining the icy soul snow jade. This was simply a meat pie falling from the sky. Yuan Wu narrowed his eyes and said, "Since you are in charge of this matter, you can choose who you need. Tell me when you choose." Saying this, his gaze slowly swept across the crowd. He said coolly, "If anyone dares to refuse, tell me as well. I will take care of them." "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, master, for your kindness." Wu Chen was overjoyed. He was clearly very happy. With Yuan Wu supporting him, he could naturally do whatever he wanted. After all, not everyone had Yang Kai's courage and strength, daring to challenge Yuan Wu. Even the third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators present did not have the confidence to do so. With Wu Chen as a precedent, how could the other Emperor Realm masters still sit still? They all stepped forward and surrounded Yuan Wu, flattering him endlessly as they smiled charmingly. They could see that the construction of the temporary residence was too complicated and huge. Yuan Wu could not do everything himself. If he wanted to finish the construction of the temporary residence within a month, he would definitely assign some small leaders to be in charge of other matters. At this time, they naturally needed to perform well. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Wu once again tasted the feeling of being the moon surrounded by the stars. The humiliation and anger from before were swept away. He looked coldly in Kai Yang's direction, hesitating whether or not he should order these people to kill Kai Yang first. But this thought only turned in his mind for a moment before Yuan Wu gave up. It was not that he was afraid of Yang Kai, but he felt that mentioning this matter now would be too impatient for quick success. "I'll let you be proud for a while. After all, there is still a month. I'll find an opportunity to kill you." Yuan Wu sneered in his heart for a while. He no longer thought about Yang Kai and directly began to assign tasks. After the previous investigation, he had a basic understanding of what he needed to do in the next month. The plan now was to first send people out to mine the materials needed to build the temporary residence. Otherwise, it would be too late to mine after the materials in the ring were used up. He picked out more than 200 people and divided them into 7 or 8 teams. These 7 or 8 teams were sent to mine different materials. However, Yuan Wu was careful. Other than Wu Chen, he did not assign anyone else to be in charge. He was grateful to Wu Chen for saving his face and returning the favor. The others did not do anything just now. You want this king to value you? Show your attitude first. Each type of material was produced on the island of the Dragon Palace and was scattered on different spiritual islands. Yuan Wu finished giving them the tasks and gave them directions. Only then did these 200 people reluctantly fly away under the cover of the night. Time was tight, and there was no time to rest. So while they had some complaints, they could not do anything about it. With this, the number of people was reduced by half. In the following period of time, Yuan Wu started to assign different tasks to the remaining people. While the dragon race was planned on this island, it was just a general location. The remaining matters needed these 500 people to handle. Building a temporary palace was not a simple matter. It involved many aspects. Fortunately, the remaining 300 people were not completely useless. Many of them had some experience in this area. Yuan Wu gathered them together for a simple discussion and then gave all kinds of orders. Wave after wave of people flew out, each receiving a different mission, and began to make preparations on the island. In a flash, The entire island was in full swing. Even at night, the sounds of bustling could be heard. When it was almost dawn, everyone's tasks had been assigned. Only Yang Kai, Lu Sanyang, and her daughter were left standing where they were. Yuan Wu clearly did not plan on provoking Yang Kai. Even Lu Sanyang and her daughter were ignored by him. Staring coldly at Yang Kai's back, Yuan Wu snorted softly and turned to leave. When he left, Lu Sanyang immediately looked towards Yang Kai and said helplessly, Brother Yang, what do we do now?" The development of the matter this time was unexpected. She had thought that the two of them would not be able to escape Yuan Wu's evil hands and had mentally prepared to resist. But when it came to it, she had nothing to do with it. It was thanks to Yang Kai that she was so free. Only now did she understand why Li Jiao had left without any worries. He had not even told her anything before he left. Obviously, Li Jiao knew Yang Kai's abilities, so he did not need to say anything. "Big Sister Lu, I have something to ask you." Yang Kai turned to look at her. "What is it? Ask away." Lu Sanyang looked at Yang Kai cautiously. She no longer dared to treat Yang Kai as an equal. Previously, she could be relaxed in front of Yang Kai because they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. But after seeing Yang Kai's strength, she immediately understood that the value of a First-Order Yang Kai was not something she could compare to. The strong were respected. This was an eternal truth. Lu Sanyang was naturally in awe of Yang Kai. Yang Kai, however, did not seem to notice. He pondered for a moment and said, "You have lived in the Dragon Palace for a long time. Have you ever heard of a dragon race called Zhuqing?" "Zhuqing dragon race?" Lu Sanyang was surprised. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded gently. "I have never heard of it." Lu Sanyang shook her head and said, "I don't mind if you laugh at me. Although I have lived here for 200 to 300 years, I have never left this place, so I don't know much about the Dragon Palace." "Is that so?" Yang Kai was a little disappointed. He thought that Lu Sanyang, who had lived here for so long, should know some inside information about the dragon race. At the very least, she could point him in the right direction. Who would have thought that she had been under house arrest for 200 to 300 years? Now, he could not count on her to help. Lu Sanyang was a little surprised. Brother Yang, you know the dragon race?" Yang Kai thought to himself, "Not only do I know them, but my relationship with them is not shallow." However, he could not say this out loud. He said, "I have to go out for a while. Big Sister Lu, are you coming with me?" Lu Sanyang was shocked and said, "Go out? Where to?" "Go around." "You can't." Lu Sanyang's expression changed. She looked around and after making sure that there was no one around, she said softly, Brother Yang, I know that you are strong, but this is the Dragon Palace. This is where the dragon race lives. If you are discovered by the dragon race," Yang Kai smiled and said, "many people have gone out. Even if we are discovered by the dragon race, it doesn't matter." Just now, 7 to 8 teams, more than 200 people, flew out in different directions. They were all going to different spiritual islands to mine for materials to build the palace. It was a good cover for Yang Kai. Chapter 30-34. Lu Sanyang thought about it and agreed. Things were different now. During the years she lived here, people who were not of the dragon bloodline or the monster race were not allowed to leave the island they lived on. With the construction of the palace, even if Yang Kai went out and encountered the dragon race, there would be a reasonable explanation. However, she was still worried, but Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "If you want to go with me, we will leave now." He did not plan to stay on this island. At this time, no one was paying attention to him, so he could go and inquire about Zhuqing. Lu Sanyang probably saw his determination and said after a slight hesitation, "Us mother and daughter will not go with you. You must be careful alone." Although her cultivation was good, Lu Yuqing's strength was too low. If she really went with Yang Kai, she would definitely be a burden. It was better for her to stay here. That way, if Yang Kai encountered any danger, it would be easier to escape. Yang Kai frowned and looked in a direction, but that primary martial sect, if he left, it was inevitable that primary martial sect would continue to find trouble with the mother and daughter pair. This was his only worry now. Since Li Jiao entrusted the mother and daughter pair to him, he naturally had to take good care of them. It would be irresponsible to leave them alone like this. He could also send Lu Sanyang and her mother into the small sealed world, but he was not willing to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. Lu Sanyang smiled slightly and said, "Brother Yang, don't worry. I have lived here for hundreds of years. If I really want to hide, he won't be able to find me." As soon as she said this, Yang Kai immediately understood that his previous guess was correct. This spirit island was the dragon nest of the dragon race that harmed Lu Sanyang. If that was the case, he had no worries. Looking at the other side of the island, Yang Kai asked, "What is the name of the owner of this place?" Lu Sanyang was silent for a moment and said softly, "Fu Qi." As he spoke, his body trembled. It was clear that he had recalled something. "What rank of dragon vein?" "8th rank." Lei Long. Yang Kai nodded. "I understand." A rank 8 dragon vein was not low. It was probably one of the top in the entire dragon island. One had to know that Zhu Lai was only rank 8. Zhu Qing was also rank 8 before, but she was already rank 9 now. She was only one rank away from the great elder of the dragon race. "Brother Yang, if you want to leave, you can leave at ease. Don't worry about me. I will take good care of myself." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then you must be careful. I'll be back in a few days." After saying that, he soared into the sky and flew in a certain direction. The commotion on this side clearly did not alarm too many people. Yuan Wu and the others were still busy in the center of the island and could not have noticed this side. At this time, the sky was already bright and Yang Kai was moving like a bolt of lightning. He didn't know which direction to go, so he could only take one step at a time, quietly spreading out his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Above the sea, in the land of the Dragon Palace, spirit islands were scattered all over. Each spirit island was full of spirit energy and the environment was good. The islands were full of strange flowers and treasures. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing big scenes, he was also speechless. He also knew that the dragon race was rich, but this was a very vague concept. If he did not see it with his own eyes, it was hard to imagine how rich this was. Many spirit islands did not have the slightest presence of living beings. In other words, the treasures on these islands were in a state where no one was guarding them. If Yang Kai was not worried about Zhu Qing and wanted to find her as soon as possible, Yang Kai would definitely sweep away all the treasures on these spirit islands. However, finding Zhu Qing was the most important thing right now. Even though he was very envious, he was not in the mood to do these things. Other than the countless strange flowers and herbs, there were also countless rare mineral veins, including the spirit crystal mineral veins that made people jealous. They were exposed in plain sight and no one cared about them. The wealth of the Dragon Island was not something that the so-called top sects in the astral boundary could compare to. Even the sects of the great emperors could not be compared to it. No wonder they could spend so much money to build a palace. In the entire astral boundary, other than the dragon race, there was probably no one else who had such boldness. After checking one spirit island after another, Yang Kai did not gain much. Only after half a day did he sense the presence of some living beings on one of the spirit islands. This place should be the residence of a member of the dragon race, but Yang Kai didn't know if it belonged to the Fu or Zhu branch of the dragon race as there wasn't any powerful aura coming from it. Yang Kai sneaked in to investigate. The living beings on the island were all females. They were extremely beautiful. There were at least 100 of them. All of them were extraordinarily beautiful, but their cultivation levels were uneven. Yang Kai knew that these females should be the exclusive property of a certain dragon race. Just like what happened to Lu Sanyang, these females were all under house arrest on this spirit island. They were the playthings of a certain dragon race. Perhaps it was because of jealousy, many of the females were gorgeously dressed. They were very flirtatious. Some of them were even wearing transparent tulle. Their snow-white skin swayed and dazzled Yang Kai. The dragon race was nowhere to be seen. He did not know where they went. However, Yang Kai knew that this was definitely not the place where Zhu Qing lived. She was a female dragon. It was impossible for her to capture so many females. For the first time, Yang Kai truly understood the extravagance of the dragon race. He hurriedly retreated from the island and continued to fly forward. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been wandering around the Dragon Palace. His luck was not bad. He did not encounter any dragon race. He also checked out many of the spirit islands. Besides the strong presence from one or two of the spirit islands that made Yang Kai wary, he secretly checked out the rest. Zhu Qing was not there. Zhu Lai was not there either. Yang Kai didn't know where this pair of brother and sister lived, causing him to be quite annoyed as he searched for them. On this day, another island appeared in front of him. Yang Kai moved his body and ran over. When he was still dozens of miles away, he sensed the presence of living beings on the island. Most of the islands in the Dragon Palace were uninhabited. It was rare to come across an island with living beings. Yang Kai naturally would not miss it. He tried his best to hide his presence. Yang Kai moved his body and pounced on the island. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had also discovered that the place where the dragon race lived was not heavily guarded. There was not even a single barrier or spirit array, so it was not difficult to sneak in. All he needed to do was carefully conceal himself and not be discovered. This had a lot to do with the arrogance of the dragon race. This was the Dragon Palace. Who would be so blind as to wander around? Anyone who dared to do so would be courting death. Hence, he easily got onto the island. In a short while, he arrived at a palace. The palace looked old. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. There was an ancient vibe everywhere. Occasionally, there would be people coming and going in the palace. Their cultivation was not high. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that there were actually men here. Moreover, they were all men. There was not a single woman in sight. This made him suspicious. One should know that the spiritual islands that he had checked before were basically filled with women. Why was the situation reversed on this spiritual island? The more suspicious he was, the more Yang Kai wanted to get to the bottom of this. Carefully avoiding those people, Yang Kai went all the way in. When he reached a certain place, a seductive voice suddenly entered his ears. This made Yang Kai's expression turn strange. Listening carefully, Yang Kai determined the direction the sound was coming from, and after a few flashes, he arrived outside a large hall. Holding his breath, he quietly looked inside. What he saw made Yang Kai dumbfounded. In the big hall, there were more than 10 bodies entangled together. The big hall was filled with a licentious aura. The aura was so strong that it even drifted outside through the windows. One after another, sounds that made people blush continuously came from inside. It was as if an invisible little hand was plucking at people's heartstrings, causing their blood vessels to expand, making them unable to control themselves. Occasionally, there would be muffled groans and hurried sounds of collisions. Yang Kai had seen a lot of such scenes over the past 2 days. The spiritual islands where the dragon race lived were mostly filled with such scenes. If that was all there was to it, Yang Kai wouldn't be so dumbfounded. What shocked him was that the people in the big hall were basically all men. Other than that, there was only one woman. The woman's back was facing Yang Kai. Her smooth back curves graceful and enchanting, exuding a porcelain-like luster. Perhaps because she had been stimulated, her white skin had taken on a pink hue, causing one's imagination to run wild. Behind her, a well-built man was working hard. In front of her, there were 2 men kneeling on her left and right. They seemed to be sucking on something. On her left and right, there were also 2 men. Each of them grabbed her small hands and placed them in their mouths. They sucked on her fingers one by one. There was a fawning look on their faces as they stared at the woman's face without blinking. In the big hall, there were many naked men lying there. They looked weak, as though they were half dead. No one knew what kind of torture they had gone through. There were humans, demons, and half-demons among those men. However, the woman gave off a pure dragon's aura. This woman was a member of the dragon race. At that time, Kai Yang was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. The licentious life of the dragon race was something he had learned over the past few days. However, this kind of licentious life was basically for the male dragon race. It was his first time seeing a female dragon so licentious. The scene in front of him was extremely impactful. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing all kinds of things, he was still shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Suddenly, the woman waved her hand and pushed away the male companions around her. Then, she pushed down the well-built man who had been standing behind her. She turned around and knelt on him. In the next moment, she raised her head slightly. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind. Her exquisite body moved up and down. Her chest surged endlessly. A suppressed moan was heard. The woman's body trembled violently. At the same time, her tightly shut eyes opened a slit, revealing a look of ecstasy. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.